Hi everybody, it's me, Damie, and I was playing Helldivers.
Hell yeah.
Hi, my name is Damie, and I'm a Helldiver addict. You're supposed to go, hi, Damie.
Hi, Damie.
Yeah, you fucked it up already.
I
Alright,
fucked
and
it.
here today, welcome to an episode of Late Night in the Evening, in the Morning, in the Afternoon with Damie and Shannon. And no Liz today. Liz has actually been banned from the program. She has entirely too much going on today. So we banned Liz.
For her own good, not for any fault.
No, she's out there working hard for a stack up. So, today I have Mr. Tsumi, old guy
Yep.
by not choice, vet by choice, and helldiver by the grace of God.
Hell yeah.
So,
For freedom.
for freedom and democracy. So, Mr. Tsumi, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Ooh, okay. I am an old man.
Yeah.
Quite literally, not just VTuber. I have no real lore. This is me.
Well,
I was born in the Nixon administration. I've been gaming since the 70s. My first gaming console was the wood-paneled Pong machine, and then later an Atari 2600. Um, Loved computers, got into them very early. My parents were very kind and got us a Commodore 64. And
very cool.
ironically, didn't want to be a programmer at all.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see, went to college, failed out, joined the Army, had a lot of fun, met my wife, got out of the Army in 97. Uh, Went back to college, got a degree in programming, hated it,
Yep,
but
that
I had a
happens.
summer job at the university repairing hardware. Loved that, and that's what I'm doing now. And yeah, been doing that near 30 years now.
Excellent.
And
That's
I stream.
oh,
Oh yeah, let's mention that.
yeah. Thank you. And
And
that's why
for
you
the
stream.
record, I want to stress this. I don't stream because I'm trying to become a big name. I don't stream because I'm trying to make money. I've got a job. I've got a good job. My wife and I have our house. It is paid off. We have no real debts. I stream for fun. So if you want to come and hang out and watch my streams, that's cool.
There we
Please,
go.
please, please do not give me money.
No,
Save
give
your
me
money.
money.
Save your money for people like Damie who are
Mm-hmm.
trying to make it, not
Mm-hmm.
people like me who don't give a shit.
It's got a job. Give me that cash.
Exactly. Please support the hardest working AI on Twitch.
No real debts. You owe me a lot.
Oh, that's my wife, by the way. That's Mrs. Sumi. I didn't realize she would
Hey,
be here.
Mrs. Sumi. Just so you know, if it doesn't work out with Mr. Sumi, look. You said she's a redhead, and that's my thing.
She
So,
is. Yes, she is.
so let me show you a little bit around. Oh, hi, Babu. Let me show you. Let me show you a little bit around the studio today.
Sure
So,
enough.
on the one corner where you are, we've got your can of Stocastola.
Oh, yes,
Then you've got your coffee cup, of course, with beverage of
of
choice.
course.
With the noble words of our house, established dominance, written upon it. The right there, the poster that you have is the first ever collaboration I did. Was the Scream Team with me, Bob the Random, my nemesis, the 8-bit tiefling, Frozen and Frozen Storm. Was a really good one. And yeah, that was without that collaboration, this show would not exist because that collaboration gave me the confidence to keep doing this, doing collaborations and kind of doing the weird shit that I do. Then above that, you have my Oshishichi.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got, of course, Shannon.
Of
Shannon has
course.
an emote. Then the
Can't forget
first,
Shannon.
yep, the first ever fan art that I had. Then Shannon's magical girl wand for her magical girl transformation.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I was part of Chaos Unboxing, that is the first going live screen we ever had.
Very cool.
Yep. And then of course we have my coat of arms. Shannon's
Yes.
sippy cup filled with cucumber water, my own Stokastola, and my own coffee cup, which I'm going to tell you right now is filled with a lot of gin.
Excellent.
Are you a gin drinker, Mr. Sumi?
I am not. Gin is paint thinner, and you will not convince me otherwise. I prefer
Wow.
whiskey.
Oh, I can't drink whiskey.
I love it.
Oh, I like it. It doesn't like me. And
Fair.
as I've gotten older, it automatically gives me a hangover.
Mm,
Doesn't matter
okay.
how much I drink of it, I will get a hangover.
That's me and tequila.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
That everyone has that one alcohol that they can't drink because something happened. That
Hmm.
tequila was that for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like it was rough.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Wanna play some Helldivers? Ditch this place?
Let's get the interview first.
Let's skip
But
the.
yes.
Oh, okay, fine. Let's get the. My name is Mr. Sumi, and I want to do an interview. We weren't going to do an interview. We were going to do this interview in April,
Yeah.
and I was like, I was busy hanging out with Liz and them
And hell diving.
and hell diving and having a
Yes.
great time hell diving. And then Mr. Sumi was like, hey, you want to do this thing? We could move this up to here. And I went, okay,
Yep.
we can do that. I guess we can do that, maybe.
Well, you said you needed to stream, and
Oh, Liz isn't in the stream. We can talk as much shit about her as we want.
but I like Liz.
You know what? That's a failing on your part.
Well, so be it.
Liz is really sweet. She's
Yeah.
she's good.
She's
though.
good. Good
And you're
heart.
totally not angry. You have a plan and a schedule. I knew Babu would be pissed off, but look
I
at it
I
this
kind
way.
of. I'm sorry, Babu. This was my fault.
Yeah,
In
but look
Jamie's
at it
defense,
this way.
this was my fault.
If my guest needs to push up their interview, it is my duty to work within their time frame.
I don't need to do shit, Damie. I was trying to be helpful. But yeah, Damie did not come up with this plan, Babu. This was me.
This is
I
you.
I threw everything into chaos.
Yeah. Oh no. So terrible.
Yeah, yep.
However, will we get. Anyway, so. This is Mr. Sumi.
Yes.
Mr. Sumi is the better Sumi. Good friend of mine. Mr. Sumi, how did we actually even, what led to you even being on this couch? How the hell did we even meet?
Well, so back when I was starting to stream, I fully admit I did not have pure morals on the matter. I was trying to meet other VTubers who I
Hmm?
could potentially someday down the road collab with,
Yeah,
game with, really.
yeah.
Really. Yes, it's because it's not about the collab, it's about gaming with people.
Yeah.
And I came across Spinna on
I
Twitter.
love Spinna.
She is so great. I do miss her.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I would shout her up, but Spinna isn't streaming. But
Yeah,
for those of you who don't know, Spinna Kumoko is the spider waifu, and just a truly pleasant person.
indeed. Indeed. But Spinna did a stream that she collabed with Radia and Liz.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was a Hot or Not Monster Girl edition. I think. Don't quote me on that. It's been several years.
Knowing Radia, it was a Hot or Not Monster Girl edition.
Yeah. And so, of course, I followed Radia, I followed Liz, um, and enjoyed their streams. I still follow them to this day. And then I found you through Liz.
Yeah.
And of course, you are amazing and
Thank you.
personable and fun.
Absolutely.
And so I started following your streams. And
Yeah.
then, gosh, what got directly to me on the couch? I just seem to recall something like you were mentioning you needed to find people to interview. And I said, hell, I'll do it. And you're like, oh, cool, as I
Yeah.
recall. But
Yeah,
I have a
that's
shitty
exactly
memory,
how
so
that
don't quote me.
worked.
Okay.
So we met through most people I meet through Liz, but our vector was Spinna.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, you wanna feel really jealous for a moment?
Okay. Yes.
not only have I come in physical contact with Radio, but
Hmm.
I am in a group chat with Radio, Gigi, Liz, and Spinna.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that is jealousy. Yeah,
yeah,
they're
yeah,
very cool. I like them.
yeah. I'm jealous because Liz has gotten to hug Spinna. I,
Well,
I really want to hug
listen,
Spinna.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Spinna's hot too. Like
I'm sure,
you can
but she's
find a picture of Spinna on Spinna's Twitter. What she looks like underneath her costume, but Spinna's
yeah,
really cute,
eh,
and her VTuber looks so beautiful.
yeah,
So much beautiful design there. Spinna was
yeah.
actually on the couch. You are following in the footsteps of Spinna. Spinna's been a guest of mine.
I am very lucky then.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah. Spinna's been a guest. Radia's been a guest.
vector is such a fancy word. My wife is
Mm-hmm.
a dork.
Yeah.
I love you, dear, but you're ridiculous. She's laughing in the background.
So yeah, yeah, yeah. So Mr. Sumi,
Sir.
of all the Helldivers you've ever played with, why am I the best?
Oh, well, it's got to be because of our amazing coordination on the recoilless rifle as a fire
Yeah.
team.
So
100%.
yeah. So for those of you who've watched me play and have seen me play with Mr. Sumi, play Helldivers because Mr. Sumi's played on stream with me.
Yeah.
We make the perfect recoilless rifle team. Like on the subreddit, they were talking about, I don't know why anybody takes the recoilless. It only
Oh,
takes two people in order to make it work, so that you can use it in any real capacity that's fast. I'm like, yeah, just go get Mr. Sumi.
uh, but yeah, you're both a good loader as well as gunner,
Thank
and
you.
we work very well together. That is
My
correct.
aim does leave something to be just. It's because it has
Eh,
drop. I'm not
eh,
good after a certain distance. I'm not good with drop, but I'm getting better.
well, yeah. Um, it takes practice. I mean, you saw me
Yeah.
today with the bot
Yeah.
drops and
Yeah. Yeah.
eliminating
That
them.
was baller.
Dude, when I learned that, I was like, I need to be taking this thing on bots.
Yeah.
So
This the, you're capable of shooting a spawner out of the sky.
it's
Uh,
fun.
and Mr.
It's
Sumi's
so satisfying.
been practicing to do it. So
Yes,
it's
indeed.
been a lot of fun. I knew Mr. Sumi as that guy who showed up occasionally in my stream, and then Liz would be there, and then Mr. Sumi would show up again. For a brief period of time, I wondered, like, why the fuck am I not good enough for you, Mr. Sumi?
Uh,
You don't show up when it's
Well,
just
and
me.
listen, I will be honest. I am terrible. Well, first of all, I work a lot, but two, I'm
Yes, you do.
terrible at not wanting to impose myself on people. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, I don't reach out to folks, and I am a firm believer. If you want me to know something, you'll tell me.
Mm-hmm.
So generally speaking, uh, I miss all the shots because I don't take
Mm-hmm.
them.
Yeah.
So
Well, but
that's the
that's okay
entire
because
reason.
now
It
Mr.
wasn't
Sumi
personal.
hangs out in my chat
Hell
more,
yeah,
and I'm always happy to have him.
you're very kind.
You are a valued viewer of mine, Mr. Sumi.
I thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're doing now. We're just bribing people to keep watching me by letting them come on the couch. I mean, come and hang out on the couch, not this couch is scotch guarded. Like this. Okay, so you ever been to someone's house and they have the nice furniture? You're like, oh, that looks like a comfy couch, but then they have that plastic couch condom.
Ah, God,
I
not since the 80s.
hate that shit so much.
Yeah.
That used
But
to be a thing.
in my parents' house, there was a living room that we just weren't allowed to use because that was the nice room, and it
Oh,
literally got used. If it got used a day out of the year, it was a marked year. I mean, it
I do
just
not
did
like
not get
that.
used.
Why do people have things and then not use things?
Eh, eh, well, okay, you also have to understand my parents are
Should you
old.
have arranged a bribe before you tuned in? It's too late now. No, it's never too late to bribe me. Don't ever think it's it's too late to bribe me.
Oh, I think she's asking is if you would bribe her.
Oh, no. This is
Yeah.
not how that goes. Why? Do you want to come on and be my next guest? I've interviewed people's friends before. I've never interviewed anybody's wife before, but I've
Yeah.
interviewed people's friends. Yeah,
She's
yeah,
interesting, I'll tell you.
yeah. I
I
had an
just think
associate of
bribes.
mine once that I interviewed their friend on the couch. It was just their friend being interviewed. So I've interviewed VTubers. I've interviewed friends of VTubers. I've interviewed the disgusting flesh creatures.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to take a sippy.
No
Um,
worries.
but yeah, no, I've interviewed a lot of people, and now this is how far I've fallen. So
Yep.
I guess
He's
this is
stuck interviewing old people.
yeah, this is just how it works, I guess. What? You don't like my content, Babu? You're my manager, not my producer. That's a different job. You don't like it? Write a script for me. So, Mr. Tsumi,
Damie.
let's talk about you in the army.
Okay. Uh, I signed. Okay. Well, first of all, I did touch on it. Let me
Mm-hmm.
clarify. I joined in 1992 because
92.
I was in my third semester of college,
Yeah.
studying to be a Russian major, and I failed out. I failed out because I
Connie.
never went to class. Well,
What?
it's funny you say that. I
Okay.
did the year before, no, 1990, I was in the Soviet Union
Oh.
as part of a trip with my grandmother and the League of Women Voters. And I was the
Oh.
youngest person on that trip. I was
Oh.
18 or
Okay.
17,
Yeah.
and like the next youngest person I think was 30. And that
Jesus.
was the child of two other people.
Oh.
Um, but I had had 2 years of Russian in high school, and my grandmother wanted to go anyway. And this is still before the Berlin Wall came down, though.
Mm-hmm.
But what's his face? Gorbachev was in charge,
Gorby,
and so
yeah.
perestroika. And so we went to Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev,
Okay.
and it was beautiful. It was very interesting.
Moscow's
But
supposed to be pretty.
Moscow was pretty. The funniest thing about the Soviet Union to me was you could tell where the German army was in World War II.
Okay.
Because in Leningrad, where they'd never entered the entire city was old buildings, pre-World War II buildings. There
Yeah.
wasn't a skyscraper in sight.
Yeah.
Kiev, which they had overrun, was completely new.
Oh.
Um, and Moscow was new on the outside and old in the middle because they never reached the heart of the city.
Oh, I
It
did
was
not.
it was
Okay, that's
it
cool.
was interesting. Other thing that impressed me about the Soviet Union was their subway system was spotless. I mean, you could eat off the floor, and there were mosaics on the ceiling and stained glass backlit windows. It was beautiful, but that's what comes when you have old people who don't have a choice to clean them.
Mm-hmm.
That's your job. You just got it assigned, and that's what you did. But literally, all the movies you ever seen about the Cold War Soviet Union, where everything's gray, it
Yeah.
it was true. Yeah, that's how. I
Oh.
mean, it literally was like that. It was very strange, very bizarre. I would love to go back to Kiev. Now, I do,
Okay.
if I may. Can I
Yeah.
old man rant for a second?
Oh, please do.
So I've been to Kiev,
You gonna yell at a
okay,
cloud?
and I do still speak a little Russian. I can read Russian very well, and I can
Cool.
also read Ukrainian because it's literally the same alphabet. It's like one or
Still
two
the
letters
Cyrillic
are just
alphabet?
different shapes.
Okay.
Correct. Um, but the news media since the start of the war with Russia has gone on this kick. Oh, the correct pronunciation is Kiev.
Mm-hmm.
Well, except for the fact that in the Ukrainian alphabet it's spelled Kyiv, just like
Mm-hmm.
it's spelled in Russian, and they spell it what Kyiv, which
Yeah.
is cool. But they're like, this is the correct spelling. I got in a fight with a college professor about this once.
Oh
There is
shit.
no correct spelling when you're transcribing. They spell it in Cyrillic. The correct
Mm-hmm.
spelling for Ukrainian is, it looks like Kiev, but that's
Mm-hmm.
Kiev. Anyway,
Oh, that's okay. The yo
and in
is the okay, okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And in Russian, it's K backwards N E V. But anyway, and oh, well, you can't call it the Ukraine. That's a Russian thing. Russian doesn't have a definite article the. It doesn't exist.
Oh, I didn't
Literally,
know that.
you would say book is on table. That is correct Russian grammar. There is no word for the. So to say the Ukraine is a Soviet thing or a Russian thing, it can't be. They don't have that word. The doesn't anyway. So rant over. So I started telling you, and this is my problem. This is the problem you're going to have interviewing, is that my brain goes off on tangents, and keeping me on task is difficult. I joined the Army in 1992 because I failed out of college. I never went to class.
Yes.
I was going for a Russian major, and I
And
joined the Army, and they decide you're going to be a Korean linguist.
okay.
Well, my family didn't have a good history with Korea. My dad was
Was
in
he in the
Korea
war?
in the 60s. No, no, no. He was there in the 60s after the Korean War. But
Okay.
technically, yes, still in the war because we are still at war
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
North Korea. We're
Yeah.
just
We
in a
are.
very extended ceasefire.
Hmm.
Um, but and he
That
left.
is a fun fact, actually. North Korea and
Yeah,
South Korea are still at war as well.
still at war.
Yeah.
My uncle, my dad's brother, was stationed in Korea during Vietnam,
Mm-hmm.
and he got injured by a North Korean mortar.
Yeah, that'd do it.
And Kim Jong Il kept talking about he's going to turn Seoul into a lake of fire. I didn't want to go to Korea,
Yeah,
so
understandable.
I ran into a dude before classes started. I ran into a dude who was scheduled to do Arabic,
Mm-hmm.
and he he was heavily into Taekwondo, and he was Jewish and didn't want to be in Arabic. So
Yeah.
we just got in front of our respective commands and said, "Hey, listen, we'd like to switch." And they're like, "Hey, as far as we're concerned, a body's a body. Y'all switch."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he did Korean and was very happy. I did Arabic and was very happy. And he spent the next 2 years on the DMZ.
Oh.
And I got stationed in Georgia and never left the country. So I
Oh.
definitely think I got the better
You
end of the
won
deal.
out on that one. Hey, so here's a fun little factoid for you
Sure.
guys out there. The it's not all quiet on that front,
No, it
by
is
the way,
not.
on the DMZ. Um they blast music at each other, they stare at each other,
Mhm.
but also demilitarized zone. There's a line where North Korea and South Korea are. And there is a base built, and you can throw a can across that line and bean a North Korean in the head. There's like rules like the army personnel can only get so close because North Koreans have and will drag you across that line and then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Because to go into that line and get you is to take a military action against Korea,
Yeah.
against North Korea. But they'll do some fucked up shit to you.
Yeah.
They call each other, and by call each other I mean, and this blew my mind, something will happen. The U.S. and South Korea, because they run that jointly, will want to know what happened. There is a phone line that goes from that phone. You can see the telephone wire goes into the other, because it's
Other end of a
effectively,
room.
yeah, the other end of the room. It's the same building,
Yep.
just mirrored. And they'll call, and no one will pick up. And you can see on the other end, there are people there, they just don't pick up the phone. And there's
Oh,
a fucking fax machine.
Amber, DMZ stands for Demilitarized
Demilitarized zone.
Zone. You have to understand the Army loves its TLAs, or three-letter acronyms,
Mm-hmm.
and they will come up with them even if they don't make sense. My favorite was always TDY, which stands for Temporary Duty. Now, how that makes sense, don't ask me, but
How do you
that's
get a
what the Army
Y in
decided.
that?
That why is it the end of duty? Don't you know? I
Yeah.
didn't say it had to make sense. They just love
No,
doing
that's
that.
fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's
That's
fair.
how that's why you hear things like there's the right way, the wrong way, and the Army way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But so I did language school at Monterey, California. Beautiful place. Don't ever live there. It's nice to
Mm-hmm.
visit though.
Yeah.
63 weeks of class, graduated, and got sent to my advanced school, which was in San Angelo, Texas, middle of nowhere, West Texas. Here's how bad this town was. Um, in town, there
Sumi did
was a
it.
restaurant. Okay.
Mhm.
In town, there was a restaurant, Mexican restaurant called Mejor que Nada. And I
Okay.
don't know how good your Spanish is or
Terrible.
the viewership.
Hmm.
Mejor que Nada in Spanish means better than nothing. And they meant it. The
Yeah.
food was better than nothing. Their beer was cheap. I'll give them that. And
Hmm.
the next closest restaurant was like an Olive Garden that was an hour drive away.
Yeah.
While I was stationed at San Angelo, Texas, the lake caught on fire. I'm not making that up.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's in the middle of the desert. It was interesting. Um, uh, did my advanced training there, so got finished with that in 1994 in the uh, end of summer, beginning of autumn, and got sent to my permanent duty station in Georgia. Um, Ironically, my brother was stationed at the same post, so I did get to spend a lot of time with him and his family and my niece. And I met my wife here. I say here because I never left town. I
Oh.
I was there in '94. I've lived in this town ever since. Met my wife. She was an environmental engineer, um, making twice what I was as a sergeant. And so in 1997, after we'd been married a year, uh, the Army said, "Okay, well, it's time for you to reenlist." But since it's 1997 and the Cold War's over, nothing bad will ever happen again. So we
Ever.
don't actually need to retain anyone. So your reenlistment bonus, which when I signed up was three times your annual salary times the number of, excuse me, three times your monthly salary times the number of years you signed up for, which
Okay.
generally speaking would have been about five. So 15 times your monthly salary. That's pretty good money.
It's a
Yeah,
lot
that
of
was reduced
bucks.
to nothing.
Oh, fuck that then.
Yeah. And my wife was making twice what I was.
Yeah.
So
That's
they're like,
assuming.
and you're
That's
going to
sweet.
Korea.
Oh, no, fuck that.
And I said, but I have an Arabic language trailer. Why would I go to Korea? Because Cold War is over, we were closing all of our bases in Germany. And Germany was where they would send the Arabic language people, not because there's a lot of Arabic language in Germany, but because that was where CENTCOM, Central Command, was headquartered. And back then, I don't know about now, be
Okay.
fair, but back then you could not go from a post in the United States to another post in the United States. You had to
What?
go overseas in between each posting in the continental United States, or CONUS is what they called it. So yeah, you had to go OCONUS or outside the continental United States every other deployment.
You know who
Um,
else does a lot of acronyms?
a lot of people.
Scientologists.
Okay, yeah, no, I've heard that. I don't know a lot of Scientologists, I'll admit.
There's a reason why, though. Okay, you'll like this reason
Go
why.
for it, shoot
L.
it.
Ron Hubbard was, besides a grifter, con man, and a terrible fucking author. Battlefield Earth is garbage. Um, it's like 1/3 of a good book. He was obsessed with the Navy, and so since the military and the Navy love to make acronyms, he too
Yeah,
peppered Scientology with acronyms.
I can see it.
Please continue.
Oh, all right. So got out of the army in 1997 because they weren't going to give me any money to reenlist. My wife made twice what I did, and they wanted me to go to Korea. Um, I I was like, is there any way you could just leave me here? And the answer, well, we could let you stay on post for one more year, and then you'd have to go to Korea. And again, this is 1997. Kim Jong Il is talking about turning Seoul into a lake of
Like a
fire.
fire, yeah.
And so I was like, I'll pass. And my poor company commander was like, why can't I get anyone to reenlist? Gee, sir, I can't imagine.
Because
So
there's no
anyway,
fucking money and you keep trying to send people to Korea.
literally, it was the only place they could send the linguists. There were slots in Kunia, Hawaii, which sounds wonderful, except that Kunia is literally called the hole because you live underground
Oh.
in the side of the mountain. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Oh.
Yeah, and again. you're going to be spending your time in Hawaii. There's not a lot of Arabic language speakers in the Pacific for some reason.
I don't know.
Anyhow,
Were you looking correctly? Were you
so I got
trying to do
out.
your job, Mr. Sumi?
I know, terrible. Funny tangent story. So all the NCOs I went to Arabic class with
Okay.
in '92 were former German and Russian linguists because we didn't have to worry about the Warsaw Pact and East Germany and the Soviet Union anymore. So they were
Yeah.
like, we're going to get you guys to retrain into Arabic because we had just come out of Desert Storm.
Yeah.
Um, One of the squad leaders in my platoon was a German linguist who said he had spent Desert Storm sitting in the back of a trailer with a set of headphones on, listening to comms because they said, we need linguists. And they're, well, we don't have Arabic linguists. Well, send what you've got. So they sent him. He was in the desert, listening to headphones, turning a knob, listening to different frequencies, going, well, that's not German. No, that's not German. That's not German. Yes, surprisingly, not many German speakers in
Not
Iraq.
many
Who
German
knew?
speakers in Iraq. Not a popular language
In Iraq.
in Iraq, German.
So yeah, that was his Desert Storm experience. Um, but yeah, I got out, took my GI Bill, which was all of $27,000 and $27,900. Excuse
Okay.
me, in 1997. Yeah, please, Babu, do that. No, don't. Um, And I went back to college and got my degree in computer science, programming, C++ mostly, and I
Yeah.
hated it.
Okay.
Um, I, I can't debug my own code. I see what I meant to write, not what I did write.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was a whole thing. And that was my military experience, basically. I'll do details or stories if you've got specifics. I just need something to bring up a memory. I can't just spontaneously come up with stuff normally.
Did you get out with your back being fucked up or not?
No, because my back is fine. Well,
Okay.
other than being 50 years old.
Hmm.
No, I have no disability from the military. I was in the military intelligence, Damie. Uh,
Oh, that's true.
eh,
Okay.
we did, oh God, we did ruck marches, quote, for fun. They're not fun. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. No, go
Um,
ahead.
we didn't go to the field we had to borrow our M16s to qualify for rifle, which you're supposed to do yearly, and I did exactly one time after basic training. It
Jesus.
was a mess. We had to borrow our rifles from another unit because our unit didn't have any.
God
It,
damn.
I mean, we pretended to be the army. It was funny. Ruck marches, RUCK, where you wear a rucksack, generally speaking, with some kind of weight in it, and you wear your uniform, and normally you also are carrying a rifle and you
Yeah.
march for distances.
Hmm.
So, funny story about that. Not
Okay.
really funny, but a story. We got a new battalion commander in about 8 months, 6 months before I was set to leave the army. And his name, I don't think it matters. His name was Lieutenant Colonel Slavin, and he
Yeah.
was fresh out of the 101st Airborne Division, which admittedly they're not airborne, they're air assault these days. But he
What's the
decided.
difference?
So airborne, you jump out of planes, and
Hmm.
that's the 82nd. They do that still. And air assault, you jump out of helicopters. You fast rope out of a
Okay.
helicopter.
Cool.
Um, yeah, kind of. Um, they don't get as much jump pay as the airborne soldiers do. But
Okay. Yeah.
101st Airborne is a storied unit from World War II where they did jump out of planes. I recommend Band of Brothers if anybody's interested in learning the history.
I dig it. Mr. Sumi? Are you muted?
I muted myself like an idiot. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I leave off?
Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers. Recommend it. Good. So, Lieutenant Colonel Slavin came fresh from the 101st Airborne, and that unit had a requirement that every soldier in the 101st Airborne do a ruck march with, I want to say it was 20 or 30 pounds. I think it was 20 pounds of 12 no, 6 miles in 12 minutes. No, I don't think that's right. I don't remember exactly. Or no, it was a 12-mile ruck march in 2 hours or something ridiculous like that. I'd have to
Okay.
look it up. It's been over 20 years. You'll forgive me
Yeah,
for not
yeah,
remembering.
that's fine.
There's two problems with this. One, 101st Airborne is a combat unit. And back
Mm-hmm.
then, you couldn't have females in combat units.
Yeah,
We were an MI unit. You did have females in MI units.
yeah,
That requirement never took female physiology into account. And without getting into any kind of political nonsense, back then and even now, the female PT standards for the military are different for men than they are for women. That is a
yeah.
fact. Okay.
Yes.
We had to run the 2 mile track in under, it was 15 minutes, I want to say. The women had to do it in under 24.
Mm-hmm.
So, there, there were allowances made because women do not have these, in general, the same physical makeup as men do. All right.
Yes,
Military
there are
recognizes that.
differences.
Well, Colonel Slavin forgot that
Oh,
because he. So my company commander at the time was Captain Trout. She was a very nice, very well put together soldier. Knew her business. I
mm-hmm.
don't question her professionalism at all. She
Yeah.
also was about 5 foot tall.
Ah, okay.
And getting that poor woman to try to do 12 miles in 3 hours or whatever the hell it wasn't happening
Yeah,
with any weight. Her legs weren't long enough.
yeah, yeah. She's a
But
tiny thing.
so he said the unit has a year to meet this requirement. My platoon sergeant decided or squad leader, excuse me, decided he was going to suck up to command by showing how gung ho he was by having his whole squad, me included, do it 6 months before the requirement was due, which was 2 months before I was going to get out.
Yeah.
I kind of pointed this out to him and he said, I don't care. Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of a jackass.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so we did the stupid ruck march. I completed it on time. I hated it. I finished right at the 3 hour mark, but I did meet the requirement.
Nice,
And
nice.
I got out 2 months later, and then found out like a month after that the colonel dropped the requirement because he realized it was going to embarrass his company commander who couldn't meet the requirement.
Yeah.
So thanks for that, Sergeant. Anyhow,
Hey, Sergeant Dickface. Do
I'm not
something
going to give
useful
his
with
name
your time.
because I am being mean, but
Yeah. Well,
I will tell you,
I'm being mean right now. Hey, Dave.
I had wonderful platoon sergeants and first
That's
sergeants my
cool.
entire career in the Army. I
That's
had
nice.
more examples of how not to be a leader out of my squad leaders than I had good squad leaders.
Oh, damn. Oh, harsh.
Yeah, yeah. So,
All right, Mr. Sumi.
sir,
What's the funniest thing you saw during service?
um, funniest thing I saw. That's tricky.
It comes
Um,
back to you, and you're like, "Tee, this gives me the chuckles."
oh, there's lots. Okay, I'll give you a good
You can give
example.
us a
So
couple of them if you want, man.
we worked
We
in what's
gotta
called
fill 3 hours somehow.
no
So
worries, no worries. I got your back.
thank you.
Um,
Yeah, tell
we
stories, man.
we worked in what's called a secure compartmentalized information facility, or SCIF, SCIF, because
Mm-hmm.
again acronyms. So in the SCIF, we had barbed wire surrounding the perimeter and fences, and we had military police inside, and there are signs all over this building saying, you know, MPs are authorized to use deadly force, do not trespass, this, that, the other. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had to go through a checkpoint.
They'll
And
shoot your ass if you run up on this.
well, funny story about that. Remember, I said
Uh huh.
that we had to borrow weapons to qualify?
Yeah.
We didn't have an arms room. So our MIs didn't, our MPs didn't have any sidearms. They didn't have
Oh.
pepper spray. They
Oh.
didn't have batons. We
So
used to
just
joke,
they're
what do
like
they
what?
expect you to do?
Bouncers?
Use harsh language? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
seriously. They had nothing but their fists and whatever, book or whatever happened to be laying around. So yeah, the authorized to use deadly force is funny when they don't have anything to be deadly with. Well, so a buddy of mine, Pete, was dating one
Mhm.
of the MPs Deanna,
Nice.
and I don't remember their last names now. It was terrible because again, it's been that long.
Sweet.
So Pete and Deanna are dating, and my wife and I are dating, and there's a couple other
Oh,
couples, and we go to the Olive Garden one night for dinner.
to the Olive
All
Garden.
of us. Yeah.
Gonna take you to the Olive Garden and everything.
And at one point during dinner, Deanna is making some kind of point forcefully, and she picks up her steak knife and she's shaking it. She's not pointing it at anybody, not threatening anybody, but she's just shaking the steak knife. And so I laugh and I say to Pete, "Watch out, man!
Oh,
She's more heavily armed now than she is at work." She didn't think that was quite so funny, but it was true. That was fun.
that is a good one. Hello,
Oh,
Luna.
not that funny though.
Say hi to
Hi,
Luna for me.
hi, Luna. How are you?
Yeah, that's right. You do what I
Welcome
tell you
in.
to. Oh,
You're
that was a
listening
good
to an
one.
old man Bordamy.
But no, I'm not bored.
I mean, I can if you want me to.
Oh no, then you're gone.
Oh, and actually, one other thing. So, as I said, I did Arabic. I did study Russian in high
Mm-hmm.
school. I also had 5 years of German in high
Did I
school.
tell you I don't trust the Cyrillic alphabet?
Cyrillic alphabet's not bad. It's only 33 letters.
It looks angry.
Well, okay, you say that. Now, having studied German and having
Mm-hmm.
studied Russian and having studied Arabic, I have come to a conclusion that
Yes.
you can tell how pretty a language is. You look into how they say "I love you." How does that sound in French?
Uh,
It's "je t'aime." Oh, very smooth, right?
yeah.
And in Spanish, "te amo." Okay, very
Mm-hmm.
cool. Very in Arabic, it's "ya lubiu." No, excuse me. Back up. That's in Russian. In Russian, it's "ya lubiu tebia." Not
Mm-hmm.
bad, not bad, not
No.
as angry as you'd expect.
No.
Um, in Arabic, it's ahibik, which, okay, not great, but not awful. But in German, ich liebe dich.
Oh no, thank you.
I mean, now, if you, yeah, I was hoping Babu would enjoy that. You can say it, and I think it's Plattdeutsch, it's ich liebe dich. I don't like that. It's more mushy, but it's shit, yeah.
No, I don't like that at all.
But yeah, yeah, German sounds a lot harsher than a lot of other languages. And at this point, if you ask me to speak Arabic, I can give you words and phrases. I can't do conversation. Russian, I'm pretty decent at. German, I'm
Mm-hmm.
better at understanding than speaking, but ich habe
Okay.
dich lieb is way cuter. Yeah, it is. I have for you love. Oh, Mark Twain once said about German that their sentence so it is a fact. Sentence structure in German's very weird to Americans. So, for
Okay.
example, you can legitimately say, correct grammar, throw your father down the stairs his hat. That would be
Oh.
proper grammar. Okay. Because they don't use placement in the sentence to denote what's the object, what's the subject, da da da. They
Yeah.
use the definite articles before the words.
Okay.
Um, and I'm not going to give you a grammar lesson in German because I don't know that I would get it right.
Oh no, if that happened,
But
then I'd be like, "We're gonna go play Helldivers." You can. You are capable of boring me. It's
I am
hard,
capable. Oh no,
but you are
really.
capable of it.
I'm an old man. I can tell stories like that one time when I went to Shelbyville and we had to take the ferry. And back then, the ferry cost a quarter, and a quarter was made up of 5 nickels. See, and we said, "Hey, give me 5 B's," because B's were on the backs of our nickels. I mean, yes, I'm stealing that from The Simpsons, but
Yeah.
it holds
Yeah.
true.
Okay.
Old
Okay.
man stories do happen. Oh, I got a story for you.
Finish the one you were on.
I think I did.
Did you? Let's have another one.
Would you like to know how my wife and I met?
Oh, wait. I was gonna tell something.
Oh,
I was
do.
gonna say something. I was gonna say I forgot my German, but I knew the only German phrases that ever mattered, which was, which was, one beer, please, one shot. I've been vomiting. Where's the bathroom? I have a hangover. I used to be able to know those phrases in German,
I don't know that I know all of those.
right?
Yeah. Now,
One beer, please, and I have a hangover being the most important things you could ever say in any language.
my dad got sent to Germany on a temporary duty, TDY, and my mother actually put us kids up. I was a baby at the time, I think. Put us kids up with her mom and
Mm-hmm.
went out to visit him. And from
Yeah.
that trip to this day, she still remembers exactly one German phrase, which is
Mm-hmm.
"Ein Liter Dunkelbier bitte," which is 1 liter of dark beer, please.
Oh, there you go. That'll
It is
do it.
all the German my mother knows.
Hey, that's all the German you need to know.
Yeah. Kata? Oh, kata, because there's no umlaut.
There's no umlaut.
Okay.
I will say this: of the many things I've seen, and I think there's, I can't remember why, but I think Arabic upsets me because the sentences get longer or shorter
Oh,
depending on words. Um, but the one thing I do like about Germany is they created the umlaut, and the other
mhm.
thing is the umlaut is fun to say.
It is fun
It's
to
just
say.
fun to say umlaut.
It is. Hey, Electro, how are you doing? I can't remember. Is Electromech part of y'all's community, or is that, or is Electro from? No, Electro's from this community.
Electro's from this community.
Yeah, because I'm in a few different communities, and a lot of them are now getting overlapped because of Helldivers. Because I'll have people from other communities hop into my game with people that from this community, for example.
Yeah.
What is more fun, Babu? And Damie, remind me to tell you about Arabic sentences being long.
Okay.
We were waiting on Babu. Okay, so Babu, I was taught that's a Shafis S. I'm sure my pronunciation's awful, but yes, it is a double S sound or S set. Um, Strasse. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
So
good. I'm not out of my mind about that.
I am gonna say this: if Liz comes back and says that playing with Kitty was more fun than playing with me, I'm gonna disown her.
One, I don't think Liz would do that. Liz is very sweet and
Uh huh.
kind.
Uh huh.
No, it's okay, Babu. I enjoy interacting with y'all. Um, and plus, it does help my German. So, anyhow,
Why? I
I
suppose
don't.
because you want to hold on to it. If
I
you,
do.
yeah,
I do. I want to.
yeah.
I put 5 years into the damn thing, and I've never been to Germany. I still kind of want to go, but
Really, go to Germany.
of
It's
course.
fun.
Well, I money, Damie. I'm listen. I have a good job. I have
Mm-hmm.
a home and no debts. I also don't have a lot more than that. So,
So I can't depend on you to donate quite a bit to get me to TwitchCon this year. Is what you're
oh,
saying.
unfortunately, no. I would love to
Mm-hmm.
go. I'd
Yeah.
love to go to
No, this
TwitchCon.
isn't
I
about
don't
you.
think
This
I
is
can.
about me.
You know what?
Yeah.
Chat. I
Yeah.
would take it as a great personal favor if you would
Oh,
donate money so that Damie can go to TwitchCon.
this is true.
Thank you.
First, I go see Liz. Then any
Oh yes,
excesses go
indeed.
to TwitchCon. But first is go see Liz for her 30th birthday.
I am jealous. I would love to
Yay!
do that as well.
You know, Liz gives really good hugs.
I bet she does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I bet she does.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Babu.
Yeah. Liz gives very good hugs. Yep. Our birthday girl. She's turning 30. She's like, oh no, I'm so old. I'm turning 30. I'm like,
Oh
oh,
God, shut
sweetie,
up.
sweetie, you're finally an adult.
Right?
I can no longer say you don't know what you're talking about and hope
Well,
that
you can.
well and hope that at some point you will learn what you're talking about.
Oh,
Now I just get to say you don't know what you're talking about and you probably won't ever learn what you're talking about because now you're 30. And that's where shit just kind of stops for a bit.
30 was 21 years ago at this point.
Dude, 30 I
A whole drinking age ago.
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good way to
Hell, I
put it.
remember when the drinking age was 18. I was too young then, but my sister wasn't.
Damn, you old as fuck.
I am old as fuck, boy. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
dude. Yeah.
Um,
Fucking.
okay, story I wanted to tell you. You
Try
said
not to
Arabic,
lose your
long sentences.
bladder on my fucking couch.
Actually, that's why I peed before stream, Damien.
Thank
I'm not
you.
drinking anything.
That's very sweet. I was wondering why you weren't drinking out of your Stokastola. Like,
Yeah,
it's a
no.
holdover. They don't sponsor us anymore, but like,
So
you know.
I'm actually doubly cursed in that regard. One, I'm
Mm,
old with a small bladder, and
mm.
two, I have the diabetes. I
Uh,
got bit by the radioactive Wilford Brimley.
yeah, well, just so you know, I took your diabetes into account,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had the boys over at Stokastola whip something up for you. It's a diabetic friendly soda.
A Diet Coke is. I mean, it's it's not complicated to be diabetic friendly soda, but it's
Well,
Mrs. E.
hi Mrs. E. Hey Mrs. E, do you want to come be my co-host?
Love to have you.
I don't work. I don't. I'm just spoiled by having Liz around all the time.
Well,
Hi,
again,
Dommy Mommy. Thank you,
Liz is
Mrs.
good
E.
people.
She's a great
We
co-host.
stand the queen. Yeah, but she's too busy right now, so we don't
No,
want
Liz
her
is
to.
very
Yeah,
busy.
yeah.
Liz, if you're in chat, do your work. Yeah, come on in. Go to my waiting
hundred
room.
percent.
Send me your video link.
Oh yeah, she got the. She abandoned the flesh.
Yeah.
Awesome. But real quick, before I forget, because I have a terrible memory. You mentioned Arabic language sentence length. One, like I said, I don't remember a lot of
Oh,
Arabic. I mean,
also, it's just water in a can. That was the joke.
yes, it is
That
steel.
carbonated,
Oh
so
wait, it's spring
carbonated water
water.
in the can. That was your
Ugh,
Stokastola. I
ugh,
say that
spring.
I actually, being a gin drinker, I will just drink tonic water.
Yeah, I can't. I don't like tonic water.
You know?
Sadly, I will
Okay.
drink ginger ale. Ginger
Yeah.
ale's awesome,
I'm
but
not a liquid death fan. It's
just
just
water in a
water
can.
in a can. It tastes weird.
Yeah. Oh Lord, I don't know how people drink frickin' Red Bull. That stuff's vile.
Oh, it's
Ugh.
tonic water is like a 9-volt battery in water. Correct.
So, Damie, you might be old enough to remember. Do you remember Jolt Cola?
Yeah.
So, when I was first college, the first time before I failed out, we would do a mixed drink of Jolt Cola and Everclear.
Oh my god.
Yeah, do not recommend. Well, you can't get it anymore. But yeah,
Oh,
that was a
that
trip,
just made my little digital balls crawl up.
dude. The correct response.
Oh.
It was a thing. It was a thing.
Uh,
We were young and stupid.
yeah. So, back in the day, Damie's flesh sack used to party with some of the guys from the reservation. And it's a whole different world there. And when I bring up these stupid ideas I would have to my friends, they would be like, no. But when I would bring them up to the natives, they would always have another more horrible thing that we could do at the same time. And I'm like,
Hmm.
I'm here for it. So they'd come over for my birthday. Two of my buddies, right, had come over for my birthday. And
Hmm.
we were like, one of them said, let's get some Everclear.
Yep.
And my girlfriend at the time was like, do not go get Everclear. I'm like, okay, I promise we won't go get Everclear. um, so I had my other buddy and his girlfriend. I'm like, I need you to run interference for me on this, okay?
She's in the waiting room.
I know she is. I'm setting this up.
Okay.
I said, I need you to run interference for me, okay? And they did not ask why. There was no beat. They're like, we got this. And me and my buddy hopped in his car, snuck off to the liquor store while my other native buddy and his girlfriend are running interference for me. And we get there, we get the Everclear, and we're like, we know we can't just drink this. Like, both of us understand that you just can't drink Everclear.
You can try.
I've done it.
Oh God.
I could never do it again.
Drinking fire for those who don't. Everclear's, for the record, people. Everclear's 198 proof, or what the hell is that? 99% alcohol by content.
You want to make a Molly, you go get Everclear.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be good.
Yeah. You want to make a Molotov, It burns so good.
I will tell you, we did use Everclear properly once in college. We
Oh,
poured it over fruit, let the fruit soak it up, and then put that alcohol-soaked fruit into a cooler full of Kool-Aid,
yeah.
and
Oh, the
that was
Wop
good.
Party.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
I say
We
that's
called
the
it Hunch
Wapatu
Punch,
Hunch
but
Punch, the
yeah,
Wapatui Jungle Juice.
yeah.
I've heard of it referred to by a lot of things. I'm trying to space myself out right now.
Spicy
So,
apples and grapes. It was pretty cool.
yeah.
Nice. That was
So,
a little weak. My wife belches better than you.
oh, that was less of a burp and more of I kind of threw up a little bit, but thanks. So, I'm. Where am I here? Okay, there's my capture. Why am I. Why am I not here? We'll just pop this. I'm having a technical difficulty.
I always wanted to spike watermelon steel. I just never got around to it. I will tell you the other thing is at my age, I don't even barely drink anymore. There she is.
Yep,
Hey.
there's. Who the fuck? There was. She wasn't supposed to come until I was ready. Babu!
Oh.
That works for me. Mrs.
I'm
E,
happy to see you, Mrs.
Did you
E.
make sure to mute your
Stream.
There we go. I did
video?
that.
Okay.
I did.
Thank you, Babu. I'm trying to size Mrs. E up correctly. Um,
You can make me tiny like Shayna, and I can sit next to her like
you
we're
can sit
besties.
next to Shannon like your besties. Here, I'll put you right close to Shannon. All right, now we're gonna color correct Mrs.
Like
E.
to pet her back.
Mrs. E.
Yes.
This is usually Liz's job, so don't fuck it up.
I have such big shoes to fill. I have
No
such
pressure.
big shoes and
You have
other big
such-
things.
I
Well,
was
she's
gonna
kind of
say,
small.
Not Oliver.
Not Oliver. She's short though. I don't think Liz is in. I think she's working right now. She
Yeah.
is working. Otherwise, she actually
She's
banned
trying
her.
really.
I banned her from being here.
Now, because she needs to concentrate on work and she'll
asked
stress
her about
herself
it,
out.
and she
Aw.
sounded like she wanted to be here.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, "You're banned."
Oh.
I could hear in her head trying to figure out how to be here. I'm like, "You're banned."
She's working really hard.
She is.
And
Yeah,
actually,
she's working herself to the bone for Stack Up. By the way,
I was going to say, Damie, can we kind of push that right quick?
no.
Stack
We're-
up? Why
we're
not?
Not that kind. No, we don't do that around here. Sorry, Mr. Simi.
Damie.
It's not a thing. Stackapoo.
Damie.
Hold on. One, are you telling me what to do on my own show? And two, of
No,
course
I
you
was
did.
asking. Did you hear the word can we?
Yeah. No, you can.
All right.
I was busting your chops. Please,
All right.
Feel free. Also, hi, Bob. Yeah, absolutely. I work for Stack Up.
I
Do the
know.
thing. Mr. Sumi, actually, you have to practice this, so go for it.
Oh, shit. But
Yeah.
I'm not prepared. All right. Well,
Can we do the Stack Up thing, Mr. Sumi? You're literally gonna do a thing for Stack Up.
I know I am. I'm prepping.
Family friendly.
Listen,
Thanks.
I'm aiming for May. So, I am
Okay.
I
Hey,
am
Bob. I think that your beard probably can hold the perfect amount of water, and you have created beautiful children. Good job. Proud of you.
Oh, I'm not ready, Damie.
You're not ready? Mrs. E,
Well,
can you do me a
Yes.
solid?
Yes.
Since you guys decided to bring up Stack Up on my show,
I did not.
I did.
I'm just
Don't
here
blame
for
her.
decoration and to hang out with Shannon.
yeah,
and to
that's
co-host.
true. So, yes. So, Mrs. E, if you could give us a rundown on Stack Up, because Mr. E has joined the numerous people who are willing to give their time.
I'm not Mr. E.
Mr. No, sorry.
She has better taste,
Sorry.
Damie.
Mr. Sumi, I cut off everything else. Since Mr. Sumi has decided to become part of the numerous creators who have decided to help out and give their time and their communities too, which is an amazing thing you're doing, by the way, Mr. Sumi. I really do appreciate that.
No,
I
not at
really
all.
believe in this charity. If you would run them through can
So
I?
you just want like a breakdown of Stack Up and what Stack Up
Yeah,
does?
fuck it. You know why not? It's not like we. It's not like we don't do this every fucking Thursday now.
I know.
All right,
Honestly,
go
you
for
are
it,
the
Mrs.
highlight.
Go for it.
Okay, first of all, Damie's interviews on Thursday are the highlight of the Stack Up channel. So
Hell
if
yeah.
you are not doing anything on Thursday at 8 p.m. Central,
8 p.m. Pacific. No. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Nobody believes in Pacific time.
yeah, that's true. Your Thursday evenings will be the highlight if you are on the Stack Up channel watching Damie.
It's been pretty great.
Legit the highlight. Also, anytime Damie streams on his actual channel, which is the current channel that we're watching, also huge highlights.
Oh, man. This is why I love you, Mrs. E.
You're the best.
This specific reason why.
Oh my goodness. Y'all, okay, so at Stack Up, I'll give you guys like the brief breakdown like I do in like my
Please
meetings
do,
if you
yeah.
like. So we always say veterans are our mission, gaming is our passion. I always say that if you broke Stack Up down to the very bare bones of us, we are a bunch of nerds that love to game, and we just want our player twos and player threes to still be in the game with us tomorrow. We have a really awesome setup. We've got 4 pillar programs. We've got our supply crates, which are video game care packages. We send out to either deployed units or veterans in need. We've got our air assaults, which are all expense paid trips to bring veterans to gaming and geek culture events. So think like TwitchCon, Comic-Con. We also have a house that was donated to us. We call it Phalanx House. And Phalanx is located in Los Angeles County, California, and we will have mini air assaults to Phalanx House where we'll fly out 2 or 3 veterans, give them a mini vacation, take them to Hollywood for the day, Universal Studios, Disneyland, all of the fun things. Or if they just want to hang out at Phalanx all day and play every game that we've got, because we've got all of the games. We have fun like that. Our next 2 programs are open to anyone over the age of 18. We have our Stacks program, which I call the Stacks our touch grass teams, because they actually do go out and touch grass. These are volunteer teams that are located all over the globe that go out and do community betterment projects in their local areas. And then we've got our Overwatch program, which is our main Stack Up Discord. And that is a peer-to-peer mental health support, again, for both veterans and civilians. And we're really focused on crisis mitigation there, trying to help people detect the problems before they become a crisis. And that is Stack Up. Go team.
Yeah.
So now that I'm technically a member of Stack Up, I assume that I just can never get away from this. This is just my thing. I will always be in some form of actively shilling Stack Up. Okay, fine. I accept my fate. John got me a hat. He's sending me a hat and a Rex. So like,
nice.
You guys own me now. What did I say? I said I wanted a hat, and I have a hat now. Now I have. This is it. Look. Chat. I keep saying I'm infinitely bribable, and some of you don't believe me. And then shit like that. Oh, damn it! I blew family-friendly mode. Now I gotta. Now you know what? Now it's 134. Okay, fine. Make it to 134. You can do that. Show Bob your superior. So then stuff like this happens. And you're like, oh my god, he really is that bribable. Yes. There is nowhere on this tin that says I know my value, people, and it is low. It is shocking.
Damie,
Give us a fake fact. Here's our fake fact. Mr. Tsumi used to have a full head of hair, and he ended up losing it because he knew Evel Knievel. And Evel Knievel one day said, hey, Mr. Tsumi, I bet you that you can't do this. And he jumped a line of cars. And so Mr. Tsumi said, yeah, well, I bet you can't do this. He lit his head on fire. He drove across. He jumped the cars, right? And Evel Knievel said, yep, you're right. And that is why Mr. Tsumi will always be more of a badass than Evel Knievel, who is dead.
Facts. I saw it. I was actually there for that. I remember that happening.
It's
in the papers.
I wish I was that cool.
Hi, Yav. Oh my god, it's my girl Yav. Hi, Yav.
He literally was a hero of mine when I was a little kid.
Evel Knievel was awesome. For me, it was Super Dave Osborne.
I had the little wind-up motorcycle and everything. It was a whole thing. Yeah. No, that's not why I'm bald, people. I'm bald by choice.
Well, it was a fake
Balding
fact.
by genetics.
Here, you want? Okay, fine. You know what? I can't. I got two stack up people here. Give me just a second.
So,
You know what I want?
D-
I know you want
Damie,
it. What?
oh, did you, I not this is where the anxiety is going to be coming in. I don't want to make it like you owe me it. Did you happen to see my announcement stream where I said I was going to be working with StackUp?
I did.
Okay, so you know the reason that I'm working with StackUp,
Yeah.
and you understand why it's so important to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I've also said that if you want someone there with you on the Stack Up channel to help keep you awake or just be awesome, then
Keeping me awake isn't going to be the problem.
or like help with an activity or something. You
Keeping
can
me
call on me.
entertaining is going to be the problem.
Oh, Mrs. Tsumi, you're
I
not nearly
try.
as
My wife
you're
says I'm
not
very
nearly
trying.
as good as I am, but you're really good.
No, I am not.
Nobody
You are
is.
a professional. You are the hardest
I-
working AI on Twitch, Damie.
Thank you, but I would love to if you need someone to come help crack some jokes and
I
just be
would
your
love it.
sidekick. Yeah, call on me. All right.
I would love it.
We'll as it gets closer, we'll interface. You talk to Babu. Tell Babu what times you need me. If you say the whole thing, I'll be there for the whole thing.
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
No, you
But
wouldn't.
thank
but
you.
Babu
That's very
might.
kind.
Babu might do that. Oh, and also if you don't reach out to
Hey,
Babu,
Metham.
I will have her yell at you.
Okay, that's valid.
Okay. Okay.
Valid and
It's
fair.
not difficult to be more entertaining than Damie. I'm sorry, Bob.
I would disagree.
I can't hear you over how British you are. I would have said something else, but I'm in family friendly mode, so
Uh,
But anyway,
yeah.
we have Mrs. E here. I actually texted Liz, co-host Mrs. E. I don't know why. I don't need a co-host, but I like having them.
No,
Mrs.
It's here for decoration
Yeah.
and to remind you that you're amazing.
I pick all the hot ones.
I'm sorry, Mrs. E. You are more than decoration. More
No.
than. Yes.
Okay,
no,
you're
you
right.
are delightful.
I am Damie's hype woman. I'm
This
here
is
to
true.
remind Damie at all times that he is fantastic, and
Yeah.
that's like my job.
I-
The best
I-
job ever, really.
I got a chance to spend some time in a voice chat with Damie and Liz and Mrs. E and a bunch of other folks from the community, and it was delightful.
It's a lot of fun.
And I did feel a little bad at one point because Mrs. E and I were geeking out on Army stuff, and I realized partway through, I'm like, I really shouldn't be monopolizing this chat like this. But you are very easy to talk
Oh,
to,
Shannon's having
and
a
a lot of
perch
fun,
on
Mrs. E.
Mrs.
So
E. She
You
must
like me?
really like
I
you.
can't move. I can't move.
No, no. No, you're stuck like that now.
That's fine. This is
That
fine.
rock
This
bunny.
is my new reality.
This is your new reality. Yep. You've got a rock bunny perched on you. It happens. It happens. What must to do with the person who keeps coming up on stage? Jeremy Oh. All right, fine. For those of you who've watched my stuff before. Oh, thank you. Everybody hydrate. You have not seen Jeremy in a while. Me and Jeremy made up. Jeremy actually works for me on the stack up side of this talk show. He's been good. Roughly, he moved on from only saying D's nuts to use nuts, and we're gonna take that and we're gonna run with it, baby. That's what we're gonna do. All right. He's put another word in there. Okay. And occasionally he'll shout "Hey-o." I'm okay with that. But yes. Jeremy's days of getting shot with Shannon's rock salt shotgun are done. Ideally. Now if he acts up, he's got to deal with Mrs. E, and nobody wants to do that.
Shannon and I already have plans to take him out, so it's okay.
Yeah, Mrs. E will mess a dude up. Like, if on the number one series bunch of people I would want to have with me in a bar fight that I know personally, Mrs. E, is there. All right? It went from this dude I know who's been in bar fights to, yeah, I'll take the vet. And I'm sure Mrs. E's got some sort of knife on her as we're speaking. Probably. Or at least within reach. Every time I try and say, hey, I've got a problem, or I need something, Mrs. E's response is always, who do I cut? I'm like, damn, girl. All right, I see you.
You see
So
the bottle in my hand?
I
If
do
I
see
flip
it.
it over and I smash it really hard.
So, Mr. Sumi,
Sir.
you smell kind of pleasant. What's your go-to soap?
Irish Spring body
I was
wash.
about to ask if you remember Irish
Ooh.
Spring because that's
Of
something
course I
that
do.
all of us from the 80s and 90s remember as Irish
Dude,
Spring.
okay, so here's how old I am.
Mhm.
I use Old Spice.
Dude, Old Spice gets you laid.
Well, I use it because my dad used it, so let's not make it too weird. But actually, my dad still uses it.
Mm-hmm.
So your
Man's
dad still gets laid?
85. Oh my God, Mrs. E,
85.
I have to. Okay, sorry. This is a story I got to share because you'll understand. So I got married in my dress blues on post.
Ayo.
And I asked my dad if he would wear his dress blues. I
Aw.
didn't think about it. I had to get mine tailored so they'd fit properly, look good. He hadn't had his tailored since 1964, and they fit him perfectly.
Oh wow.
That's
That rat
impressive.
bastard. Because I can't fit into a single uniform anymore. And maybe my PTs, but that's pushing it.
Yeah.
But no, my dad and God, that was 94, so he'd have been 65?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 55. No, that can't be. I'll have to do the math on that some other time.
Who has the
Um,
higher rank between you and your dad?
oh God, him. He was a bird
Yeah.
colonel.
Did you
Yeah.
salute him?
That's
So, yes. But I'll tell you. So I shared a picture of me and my dad when I was still at language school. I was an E3, and took a picture of us together in our uniforms. And it was the weirdest thing because growing up, he'd just been my dad.
Yeah.
But the minute he came out in uniform, I started coming to attention and getting real nervous because that was the colonel now.
Yeah.
And it was so weird. But no, my dad is awesome. My dad is an amazing dude. He is if you ask me who's your hero, that is my dad, 100%. If I ever
pleasing.
can be half the man that man is, my life will be
Aw.
a success. And I told him that a few years back, and he paused for a minute. He said, "I always said the same thing about my dad."
Oh.
So yeah.
So,
I said, "Well, sir, good news is you succeeded." So
so a hero is anybody that you look up to, right?
more than that, but yeah. I mean, that's part of it.
Mr. Sumi, I'm doing a thing.
Oh, sorry.
All right. A hero
Yes,
is
Amy,
anybody.
you're correct.
Thank you. So, Liz, what's it like to have so many heroes in your life?
He's calling you short. I do. Oh, my dad, maybe,
I
or
feel good about that.
Mrs. E. Kay Madeline is my wife, and she's not in the room with me, so she's messaging in chat, and
Hi,
And
Mrs.
you.
Sumi.
It's Mrs. to me.
she's the better half.
She's the better half? Okay.
Oh, smarter, prettier.
From what Mr.
Yeah.
Sumi said, she's the brains of the operation.
100%. She's my rock.
Smart man. Smart man.
She's my. Listen, I haven't made it 26, 7, 8 years. It'll be 28 in. No, God. Yeah, no, it'll be 28 years in June.
Yeah.
Math is hard.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I haven't made it this long by being stupid.
That's my activation month.
But listen, I
was
survived
activated
28
in
years with a
June.
redhead. So yeah.
Yeah, you're lucky. Or very, very smart, because I hear that they bite at the drop of a hat.
Not so much
All
biting, but
women.
yeah.
But if you're into that, you're into that, and I'm not going to shame you.
Only the good ones, Mrs. E.
Only the good ones. So, Mr. Sumi,
Yes, sir.
we've covered some of the. And yes, okay. I will not ask you what the most messed up thing you saw
You
is.
can.
'Cause no,
we
hold on.
talked about this.
I have to do a thing. I have to do a
Okay, do
clarification
your thing.
here. Because I've had 3 vets talk to me afterwards about that question that I asked.
Yeah.
And they're like, yo. And I'm like, I had to be like, we changed it. Mrs. Esau, we changed what's the most messed up, funny thing you've seen. Right? Because when someone asks me what's the most fucked up thing I've seen, I always give them a funny thing. I'm like, yeah, this is humor.
It's fucked up that happened.
It's fucked up that happened.
You want to know why you have to specify that it's a funny thing?
Because fucking vets see some messed up shit.
Well, that, but also we're a very literal bunch of people. We've been trained to be as literal as possible. If someone tells you to go dig a hole, you have to go dig a hole.
Go mop the rain in the motor pool.
Go mop the rain in the motor pool. If it's raining, you need to go mop the sidewalks. So that is how it is. So when you ask a veteran a question like that, they instantly go, oh, I don't want to talk about that. That puts me in a bad place. So if you specify like, oh, hey, what's the funniest thing?
The funniest thing, yeah. Because that's what we're always trying to get. Because we're trying to get the humor of it. So yes, so finally, vets, everybody who watches my stack up stuff, we fixed it.
Yeah.
But it actually was the only thing that was ever asked of me, is to rethink that question. So we're doing good. And as far as my interviews over here, this is no man's land. Your ass signed up for this. So, Mr. Tsumi.
Yes, sir.
People in the Army get bored.
Oh, God, yes.
Very bored.
Uh-huh.
What's the dumbest contest you've ever had in the Army?
100% I have the answer to this one. Basic training. You have a bunch of privates. We draw on our first pay. And Mrs. E, I don't know how it is nowadays, and you could maybe fill me in. Back then, we literally did draw pay. You would walk up in front of the pay officer, salute, give your name, serial number. They check you off their sheet and hand you cash.
Nice.
They don't do that anymore, as far as I know. While I was in, they switched this to direct deposit. But go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, 15 years ago when I was in. Like, you act like I'm still... No, I've been out for almost 10 years.
I've been out for over 20.
Yeah, 15 years ago, I think it was, when I was in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Bob.
They had us all set up on direct deposit, and if you didn't have direct deposit, they went to finance with you and taught you like how to open up a bank account.
Yeah.
And set you up for direct deposit so that like no money ever, like all the money went in
I
there.
don't know that you should listen to Mrs. E, though. I just remembered that Mrs. E is not necessarily the she's kind of detrimental to the U.S. as she tried to defraud the government over a sandwich.
God.
It wasn't just any sandwich, though.
It wasn't? Okay.
It was a very important, delicious sandwich.
That's true.
There's zero fucks there.
Yeah, okay. Understandable.
But
so
it is like I thought. They made everybody do direct deposit. I got a story on that later.
Okay.
Whatever.
So you drew your pay.
We drew our pay.
Boys drew your pay.
You have a bunch of, at this point, a platoon full of guys, 30 of us, with money in our pockets, and we're not allowed to go anywhere to spend it. Can't leave the barracks. Yeah.
Oh.
No. There's no going out to the bar on Friday night. You're at basic training. You don't go nowhere.
Okay.
So what do a bunch of bored guys with money do? The answer is they bet. They bet on everything.
Oh.
And you're not allowed to have dice. But some guys were wanting to shoot craps, and I was in the area when they said, man, I wish we had a pair of dice. And I said, I can make you some dice. And they said, we'll give you, they gave me like $60. I broke a pencil in half and put dots on each of the 6 sides. Look, there's a pair of dice.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Prison dice.
But the stupid
thing
was...
dice.
Those are prison dice. But the stupid thing was, we're out in the field in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, middle of the damn summer. There's fire ants everywhere.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, I know this story.
Oh, no.
I told you. How long can you hold your hand in this fire ant nest? Everybody put in $20. The winner takes all. The answer was 34 seconds. That dude held his hand in the fire ant nest, pulled it out, and within a day, it was swollen almost twice the size. There were no wrinkles on his knuckles anymore. It was pretty bad. He won like $200-something.
Yeah.
But yeah. And most guys could not make it 10 seconds.
Is he the reason when I was at Fort Jackson for WLC school, there was a specific rule that said, do not stick your hand in the fire ants?
I'm not
Are you the reason for that rule?
Oh, not me. It wasn't me. I didn't participate. I'm sorry. I'm not that stupid. I watched.
Yes, and you don't mess with fire ants.
But yeah, listen, I'm not going to say it was that event. There probably were more like it. But yeah. we used to get smoked in the fire ant nests. And when you did, you hear what we'd be getting smoke. Okay, for the civilians. When drill sergeant is angry at you, he will smoke the platoon. He will take you out into the field and make you do push-ups, sit-ups, squats, whatever happens to strike his flutter kicks, whatever strikes his fancy. And we'd be out there getting smoked, and all of a sudden one dude starts screaming. Everybody instantly knew that dude is now on top of fire ants. So drill sergeant say, well, get your ass up and move, you idiot, and then continue to get smoked. So, and if we were feeling stupid, we would say things to him like, can't smoke a rock, drill sergeant. This is in the days before crack.
I was about
really,
to say, what the hell, sir?
Not really, but yeah. Don't ever taunt the drill sergeants. It doesn't work well.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's understandable.
Actually, you can, but you have to do it in a very particular way.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. No, you, ma'am, please.
No. Well.
Okay. What I was going to say was I had a drill sergeant come up to me at one point. He had little man syndrome, and he was very small. But he got up in my face. He's like, "You don't like me, do you, Private?" And I knew that's a bad trick question, because if you say you do like him, oh, you want to fuck me, don't you, Private? Or if you say no, you want to fight me. Is that right, Pirate? So I said, drill sergeant, it doesn't matter if the private likes you or not. I'm here to learn. You're here to teach.
Yeah.
And he got mad and walked off.
I'm Drill Sergeant Damie.
No, that's how you do it, though. That's how you do it. You have to say things to them, very, like, literal. I had a drill sergeant one time that was yelling at me. They were doing locker inspections, and I had like a whole pharmacy in my locker because I'm allergic to grass and pollen and basically outdoors. And he was like, "What is all of this shit in your locker, Bauer?" And I'm like, it's so I don't die, drill sergeant. And he's like, "Are you sure you don't have like a factory of drugs?" And I'm like, "I don't know what that means." He was like, "No, but seriously, what are you allergic to?" And I gave him the list, and he's like, "Why did you join the army?" And I was
How
like,
did you make the physical? Yeah.
I was like, "Well, they said there's no grass in Afghanistan and Iraq."
They're not that wrong.
He just looked at me, shut his mouth, and walked out of the room.
Yeah, you had him. Oh, God. All right. So I make no secret of my identity. I don't really care. So this is my last name. I just put in chat, and I post it for a reason. On the left side of your chest, you got the U.S. Army tag, and on the right side, you got your name tag. Well, back then. I had a drill sergeant walk up, stop in front of me, look at my last name, and start poking me in the chest, and he said, "Damn our U.S. Army. Son, you got to change your name." Yes, drill sergeant. I mean, what else? What are you going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So, Mr. Tsumi.
Yes, sir.
What is with this gin hate?
Gin tastes like paint thinner. Also, admittedly, some of it is childhood trauma.
Okay.
The house we lived at when I was growing up had a row of juniper bushes outside.
That'd do it.
Stupid young boy me thought, these blueberries, they smell nice. I'll eat a few.
Oh, no.
Don't eat juniper berries.
No.
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 And gin tastes just like juniper berries.
It does, because juniper is one of the things that it's made out of. Is
And so after throwing up sufficiently, so that probably has a lot to do with why I don't like gin.
See, I knew that army people were fundamentally, like the rest of us, all people are stupid.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I knew that army people weaponized this on their off time in ways that, quite frankly, from hearing from the stuff I heard was from a buddy of mine who was a Navy man and a buddy of mine who was a Marine. And they do the weirdest things.
Well, Navy especially. So I worked joint service, so I got all the sea stories from the squids. And I'm here to tell you, as weird as Army and Air Force people can get, we ain't got nothing on the squids. So they have traditions. God, the Navy loves their fucking traditions. So one of the traditions is when you cross the equator, you become a shellback, and they have this whole day-long ceremony where they do used to. They probably can't do it anymore because it's hazing. But they used to do the most messed up shit. They'd cover you in grease and make you eat a cherry out of the belly button of the fattest chief on the boat who was taking the role of Poseidon. and they'd cover his belly with, olive oil and whatever gross shit they could, chocolate syrup, whatever they could come up with, and make you eat a cherry out of his belly button to, placate Poseidon so you could become a shellback. As an example, if you crossed into the Arctic Circle, you could become a blue nose. And part of that was you had to paint your nose blue. You had to paint the nose of the ship blue, and they would spray cold water over you from the ship's fire hoses in the Arctic Circle. All right, the Navy was fucking weird, man.
What is
Okay,
wrong?
2 words. Army grog.
No.
No?
No,
You never had grog?
No.
Okay, so grog is the most poisonous batch of alcohol that is ever created. It's very big in artillery, and
Okay.
it's made in a toilet. Literally,
Okay, toilet
a
wine.
toilet. It's no, because the toilet's not attached to anything. Like they get a brand new toilet and they mix the grog in it, and the grog
The
is
toilet's not attached to it.
it's
Well,
but
most
it's not.
latrines aren't, but
It's I don't know all of the stuff that they put in grog, but whenever we will have our like military army balls,
she's
they
talking
would
about
serve
at the Army's
grog.
birthday. There's a ball, a formal event, and you dress up in fancy uniforms and dresses, and you go hang out with senior officers for no damn good reason.
Yeah, it's
I
not.
heard the MPs have a field day on those with like pulling people over for drunk driving. and
I
whatnot.
don't remember the MPs really having much of an issue on Army's birthday.
Oh, nice.
I mean, they also
They probably make allowances.
a lot of really good like a good unit will actually have set up like DD, or they'll have
yeah,
at
yeah,
a
that's true.
hotel
Nice.
so that
Well-
you don't have to drive home.
That's nice.
Now, actually, Mrs. E, that's changed. When I was in, the Army had transitioned from the old days where, no, you just drove home drunk and everybody was cool with it. We had basically a zero tolerance policy for drunk driving, but they weren't like sophisticated with it, right? The funniest thing is I knew NCOs who had gotten field grade Article 15s, non-judicial punishment, where you don't get a court martial, but you basically just accept punishment and move on, for improper use of cocaine.
There's a proper use?
No, that's what I wanted to know, but that's what was on the Article 15s because they get posted in the company area. But yet, if you had another NCO get a drunk driving ticket, his ass was out of the Army. I mean, they literally, like I said, they had just stopped letting people drive drunk effectively. My drill sergeant at AIT, in fact, told me he was mad we were having a unit party, and he said, "Now, soldiers, I got to tell you, you can't drink. No alcohol's allowed at the unit function." Pisses me the fuck off because when I was going through AIT, they had me loading kegs of beer up in the truck for the party. And he talked like Mike Tyson from New York.
Oh my god, grog has a personality.
Yeah, I sent you the article because I didn't want to just drop the link in there, but yeah, they make it in toilets and you drink it out of a shoe, of a boot. It's really nasty.
Oh god.
But it's really dangerous too, because after you've had the initial bit out of the shoe, you can have like a cup of it and it doesn't taste like alcohol.
I'm guessing you drank this deployed.
No.
Really?
No. Yeah, no, I was not. So while we were deployed, there was a very strict
Any battle won against the British could be represented by Worcestershire sauce.
I like Worcester sauce. I'm guessing General Order 1 put a squash on that one, Missy.
Yes, there was no alcohol at all. Now, if you were French, you could drink because they were, that was like literally part of their things. They were allowed to have wine with dinner. We had some alcohol that was, acquired through means of
course,
mouthwash bottles. Those were fun because you pretty much had to sit in your room and drink by yourself.
Yeah. I was telling you about that unit party at AIT where we weren't allowed to drink. I took a 12 or 6-pack of bottles of root beer, poured off the top third, filled them back up with root beer schnapps. Unless you drank it, you didn't know there was alcohol in it because it smelled like root beer. So yeah, soldiers are very good at hiding alcohol when they want to.
That's all right. That's the ingenuity you learn.
Oh yeah, dude, getting over is like nobody teaches it, but you pick it up pretty fast in the Army.
Yeah. So, Mr. Sumi,
Yes, sir.
you're old.
Yeah.
Did you own a black and white TV?
Yes. Well, my parents did.
Your
I
parents did?
didn't own it. Yeah.
Okay.
My
Mr.
first
Sumi.
TV I bought at the PX was color.
Ooh,
Fancy.
look at this guy. Technicolor over here. Fancy colors. So, Mr. Sumi.
Yeah.
You're old.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do old-timey radio?
Like a vacuum tube radio. My parents had one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a record player. And my sister
you
had
like-
an 8-track player.
I had an 8-track player.
Yeah.
My
you're
grandmother
old.
gave it to me, and it was
Oh, well.
nothing but country music. Okay, so the thing about the 8-track tape player is it plays 8 tracks, right?
Yep.
And the thing is that it's like around the middle of like one of the songs, it'll like make a thunk noise
Mm-hmm.
because it's moving to the other tracks.
Moving to the next track. Yeah.
Yeah, it's moving to the next track. And I remember that thunk would occur in the middle of Dolly Parton's Hopper Valley PTA. That's where I would remember that occurring. And you know, record players are making a comeback. They're a big thing still.
Yeah, it's stupid.
But I like the sound of that.
All right,
scratch
so
on
this
vinyl.
is me being a grumpy old man.
Oh my god.
Even back in the 80s, people were like, oh, these CDs are just a fad. Records are where it's at, man.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
digital can't replace analog. I'm like, you could not tell the difference. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Between a digital recording and an analog.
Mhm.
You're not going to convince me of that. It's the same kind of stuff with the damn monster cables. Oh, they're gold plated. Yeah, electrons don't give a shit. Copper's just as good.
The electrons don't. Okay, you know what? That's fair.
So, yeah.
That's good stuff.
my
Monster
si-
cables were a fad.
Oh, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And people got upsold by people on commission.
Yep.
But-
Yep. Mrs. E
yeah,
makes
no, the-
commission. Every time she's on one of these shows, I give her a compliment.
Aw. Well, she deserves it.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. E is pretty great.
I think so.
Mrs. E, here's your
You're
compliment for this show. Mrs.
Wait.
E.
No, hold on.
But
Who's biased, Mrs. E?
You're both biased.
Okay, my
What?
wife gives me that, and I don't
Okay.
take it from her. I am not biased towards you, other than you're a good person, and I think you're cool.
Mrs. E's pretty
If
great.
that's bias, well then,
Bias.
okay, maybe I am.
You're biased, sir. My facts don't care about your feelings, sir.
Oh God, damn it.
So, Mr. Sumi.
Yeah.
You're super old.
Yes.
But are you skate key old?
So I do remember skate keys. I do remember having to
Okay.
use them at the not roller park, the rink.
The roller
Um,
rink,
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Didn't
so-
do much skating though.
So for those of you who don't know, roller skates recreational roller skates used to not be built into boots. They were a track. And the track had a slide. It opened and closed. You could make it fit to your shoe. You would attach it to the bottom of your shoe, and there was a key that fit into the back of the skate, and you would turn it to latch it into place.
Yep. Lock it on
And-
your shoe.
Yeah, it was a lock it on your shoe. That was a skate key. And that's what you used. And if you lost your skate key, you were screwed because you couldn't use your skates anymore. You had to go get a new skate key. But they were pretty much universal, I thought. I didn't think they were. Are you two flirting in my chat, Mr. Sumi?
You saw nothing.
Okay, I didn't see anything. Mrs. E, if you see them flirting,
Flirt
you yell
harder.
it. No, you are not to encourage this kind of behavior.
What? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
Oh my god. It's bad enough Shannon does this stuff. I don't need you encouraging her.
Listen, Shannon is a saint.
She is. Can I tell you 2 funny stories about my wife?
Hold on. First, we have to answer Zach's question of the day.
Okay.
If you could give. Zach asks, if you could give any video game its own wrestling championship, which one would you choose? Man, finally! A question that I can get behind, Zach. All right. any video game franchise, any video game itself, a wrestling championship? I like this question. This is a good question, and I've got my answer. I want all of the cast members of Kingdom Hearts to wrestle each other. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
I want to see friggin' Donald Duck go off the top rope and deliver the people's elbow right into the small of Goofy's back.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
I never rollerbladed because I can't ice skate.
Yeah. I
I'm
never
a
rollerbladed
four-tracker.
either. Yeah.
Rollerblades are a fad.
If you could ice skate, you could rollerblade, but I never
You can
did
ice
either.
skate, you
So
can rollerblade, and I can't do either.
yeah.
So I'm a four-tracker.
Yeah.
Besides, all the hot chicks with the booty shorts use the four-track. It's true.
It's
Long
true.
socks,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
booty
Well, no.
shorts.
There was a small window of time in the '90s where the hot girls were rollerblading.
Yeah,
But-
that was bikini rollerblading. That's true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's true. That's fair. That's fair. All right, Mrs. E.
Yes.
Video game that you want to see have a wrestling championship.
Any of the Fallout games.
Any of the Fallout games? Good choice. Good choice.
Just
Mr.
throughout
Tsumi.
the whole franchise.
So thank you for giving me some time to think about it. I have come up with, I think, is a good answer.
Okay.
I
there you go.
want to see Baldur's Gate 3 wrestling.
You want to see them all wrestle? Okay, that was
Yeah.
going to be my first. That was going to be my first one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I want to see. I want to see the wizard put the tiefling in just the most brutal headlock.
Oh no, Karlak would dominate Gale. Are you
Oh,
kidding me?
absolutely.
Oh my god. And he would
Dude.
enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
Who's the pretty guy in that game?
Astarion?
Astarion, he's the half elf.
Or
Yeah,
do you
I've
like the
heard
Dommy
of
Bear Halson?
The guy with, I think he's got like whitish blondish hair.
That's
yeah,
Astarion,
that's
yeah.
Astarion, yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty. He would win. I vote for him.
Red Dead Redemption. I played Red Dead Redemption 2, and I would love to see those people wrestle. I want to see Dutch give freaking Marsden a backbreaker. I'm a minute 45 in. Yeah, I'm an hour 45. These things go for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's fine.
This is. I appreciate it though, Babu. So for those of you who come from my old stuff, for those of you who come from my shows on Stack Up, it's always 2 hours, because that's all the time that I have. For those of you, thank you, Babu. I appreciate it. If you want Sadie to dominate Arthur Morgan, she would. For those of you who are coming here, these last 3 to 4 hours. I have to condense my. That's why we don't play any games on Stack Up. This is because I don't have enough time. And there's a particular game that I play that vets that found God might find a little bit irritating to them, right? Because sometimes people in the military, they become very religious, and that's cool.
Oh, well,
I'm not
yeah.
saying there's anything against that. I'm just saying that there's a game that I play that might rub them the wrong way, and that's fair. The goal is to make as comfy of an environment for my Stack-Up guests as possible. Here, you're on my time. You've walked into a fucking hallway full of bees, and this is your life now.
But they're all honeybees because they're super sweet.
Oh my
Aw.
Like
god,
Damie.
Mrs. E, butter me up more, please.
Zach
So-
has a question.
No, he has a question for you, but I'll read it. What video game character would you like to... What game would you want to be a character in, Mr. Tsumi?
So, listen.
Hello Kitty's
There's-
Island Adventure.
No, God, that's my wife, though. Oh, God,
Okay.
please don't get her started.
Yeah! Hello Kitty Island Adventure, yes.
Oh, God. She is... she is a Hello Kitty nut, and I love her anyway.
Oh, that's fair.
That's
I'm
a
sure
tough
she
question
puts up with you, too.
because while there are a lot of cool games, Baldur's Gate 3 would be really neat, but you have to understand, I'm not just old, I'm also lazy and comfortable
Mhm.
with that. And that's an awful lot of work to go adventuring. and it's
Mm-hmm.
dangerous. And you know what? I just like good food and sitting at home. So maybe like I don't know, Cafe World or Overcooked, but
Mm-hmm.
only
Mm-hmm.
if I'm in eating, not if I'm working.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's a question that's always asked. Well, what video game would you be in? Dollars to donuts. Kids still say that? All right. Dollars to donuts.
Kids still say.
You are not coming in as a hero. You are not coming in as a main character. Your ass is lucky if you're a tertiary character. You're probably in the background somewhere. It's like, oh, if you could be in a Marvel movie, would you? No, I'm just
Oh,
a
hell no.
dude.
Yeah.
I don't want to be walking around and then the Hulk pantsless fucking smashes his nutsack through my new car. I don't want that.
Right?
I don't want that. I don't want to live in New York knowing that at any
Chitauri
moment
are
New
coming.
York could be leveled. The Chitauri are coming. There's Spider-Man. There's Daredevil. Tony Stark event. That, you know what? I would live nowhere near Avengers Tower. Nowhere near Avengers Tower. All right? You don't,
Steel says, He says, Helldivers right now. None of us want to be in Helldivers. We'll play the hell out of it.
but no one
I
wants
love-
to be a Helldiver.
I love Warhammer 40K. Ain't
Yeah.
no chance I want to be in that universe
Oh,
at
no.
all.
Best scenario. You get sacrificed to the God Emperor.
Well,
Worst case scenario, you're on a hive world.
I actually thought about it. Best case scenario, you live out a old and peaceful life on a backwater agri world
On an
that
aggro
nobody
world,
gives a shit
yeah.
about.
Yeah,
That's
that's
about
right.
it.
You just send the grain and no one cares.
Right.
But you know what happens in those backwater aggro worlds?
Oh, they get invaded by
Mr.
orcs.
Sumi, they get invaded by orcs.
Yeah, or demon cultists, or just
cultists
any number
or
of things.
anything.
Yeah. No.
Mrs. E shows up, drinks all your booze. It's just bad no matter what happens.
For the
Oh.
record, if I show up and drink all your booze, that's a good day for you. Not a bad
I would love to have a drink with you, Mrs. E. I think that would be a good time.
day.
I have to go buy some more vodka so I can drink while playing the games with Mrs. E. So,
Homies loves playing with you.
I haven't gotten a chance to play with homies in a couple of days. I miss him. I'm going through homies withdrawal.
Aw, I'll tell him when he gets home.
Yeah, I'm going. I got the shakes. I got the
Got the
shakes.
DTs.
I got the DTs. So, Mrs. E, pull your weight. Ask Mr. Sumi a question.
Mr. Sumi,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
is your wife's favorite thing to receive as a gift?
Oh, that's a good question,
Uh,
Mrs. E.
Candy,
What
100%.
kind?
What kind?
Oh God, whatever strikes her fancy at the moment.
Really?
She likes.
Connoisseur?
Oh, she likes those little cherry cordials for some damn reason that I don't get.
Ooh.
She
Chocolate
likes
covered cherries. I
Necco
love those
wafers.
things.
She likes Necco wafers, which are chalk. She
That's
likes candy
disgusting.
corn. Dude, I know. I love her anyway. But
Madeline.
no, she loves all kinds of candies though. No
Hold on.
coconut.
yeah, no,
Yeah, go ahead.
coconuts are gross. Good call.
Madeline, this is an intervention. No one should eat Necco wafers.
She's
no
laughing.
one. All right.
At her,
if you
that is what she enjoys, don't piss on her parade.
Oh,
no,
God,
if you want to
it's
ride on a
chalk.
sidewalk, get a Necco
Yeah.
wafer. If you want to eat something, eat a Smartie.
You know what? If you got an upset stomach, I can see it
Yeah,
because
I can
it's
see it
Tums.
because
But,
it's
you know,
just Tums.
But yeah, but she loves candy. I remember when we first got married, I would get her a gemstone necklace for anniversary, and then like earrings for her birthday or Christmas. I can't remember.
Mhm.
It was something. It was something like, oh no, it was necklace for Christmas and earrings for birthday, and you know I did so. You know, one year it'd be amethyst and the next year it'd be emeralds, and then I'd
Aw.
realize she's just never wearing jewelry because she doesn't wear jewelry. So we stopped that.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you
But-
just get the right colored candy.
Candy is the right. She really likes the hot cocoa Hershey's Kisses, which
those
are
so
normally only come out around Christmas.
Those are really good.
Yeah,
they
those are
spicy?
good. No,
Spicy chocolate?
they're just they taste.
just-
They're,
they
they're
taste
Hershey's
like-
Kisses that taste like
They
hot
taste
cocoa,
like hot chocolate. You put it in your mouth.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like, this is hot cocoa.
which is different than milk chocolate. I mean, it's
Ah,
a very different taste.
yeah.
Those are
Mis-
really good. I recommend those.
Mr. Sumi, have you ever done
yes.
the fake proposal with the ring pop?
No, but that was one of the stories I wanted to tell about my wife.
Please do.
So I had this big idea that how I was
Mm-hmm.
going to propose to her. It was
Yes.
in February, so I'm like, hey, the 14th is coming up. So what I'm going to do is I'm
Lame.
going to get a engagement ring and I'm going to take her to a nice dinner and I'm going to propose on the
Okay.
14th. Yes,
Okay.
kind of lame, but that's me.
Yeah,
All right.
that's fine.
No, you're classic. You're not lame. You are
You're
classic. You picked a
classic.
very
I'm old.
classical romantic date that is
So,
classic.
and I thought I was really smart about this. I swiped a ring that she didn't wear often off of
Mm-hmm.
her dresser
Ooh, smart move.
because I didn't know her ring size. And I
Yeah,
took her
Smart.
to the jeweler
that's
and I
that's
picked out the
brilliant.
ring and I purchased the ring. I had gotten with my dad ahead of time to get him to send me money so I'd have sufficient money to buy this ring so I didn't have to finance or anything stupid.
Yeah, yeah,
Bought
yeah.
the
Don't
ring,
finance it.
got the ring in my hands. It is the 12th of February, and I'm like, okay, and I'm going to sneak this ring back on her dresser so she doesn't notice.
Yeah.
So I show up at her house, and I come in, and she says, "Oh, where you been this morning?" Just curious. She's not upset. She's just, "Oh, where have you been?" And stupid me, I'm not a great liar, and I didn't have anything prepared, and I didn't think to prepare anything. So I panicked, and I just said, "Oh, I was just out driving around." And she laughed. She's like, "Oh yeah, that's funny." But no, where were you? And so
Busted.
and I'm like, "Oh no, no, really. I was just, I decided to go for a drive." And she's like, "Where were you?" And now I'm in trouble. So at this point, the only way out of this is to just be honest. So I
Yeah.
show her the ring. She looks at the ring, looks at me, and says, "Well, are you going to get down on one knee?"
Aww.
So I get down on one knee and propose 2 days early in the middle of the living room instead of at a romantic dinner. And she did say yes.
That's good. That's good.
See?
But yeah, I should have known better than to try to sneak something by her. She's too
Mm-hmm.
smart.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
That's why you married her.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you said yes,
she's.
but you didn't make a video game for her.
I didn't make a video game for her. At the
Mm-hmm.
time, I couldn't. I didn't
That's a
have the
really
skills.
good anniversary
This is
gift.
true. You couldn't have made an Atari game for her.
No,
You've
God,
got
no. I didn't have any programming skills at that time. I was still in
Yes.
the
no, you've
army.
got your 30 years coming up, right?
Oh God, Mrs. E, don't
Ideas.
do this to me.
Ideas. You're welcome.
Oh God. So, the, I will
You
tell you
should you
the
should
funny
renew your
story.
vows, and by renew your vows, I mean slide her a post nump as opposed to a pre nump, and be like, hey.
Posting up. No, so sometimes she gets self-conscious and she's like, "Well, I don't know why you're still with me.
Aww.
Oh, you deserve all this and I don't do." And I'm like, "Baby, at this point you're just stuck with me. I'm
Yeah,
sorry."
pretty much.
Sounds like homies.
Yeah.
I'll say
She's
the
not
same
getting
thing
rid of
to
me.
him.
Yeah. There's no getting rid of me at this point. She's stuck with me. Um, I'll tell you the minute I knew that I was going to marry this woman, the minute I knew I have to keep this one, was we were in my barracks. She was visiting, and we're just joking around. We're having a good time, having a laugh, and I want to stress for the chat. I was joking. She knew I was joking. It was a joke. It was not serious. I said, "Well, it's clear men are inherently superior to women. That's the joke because I can write my name in the snow." Ha ha ha. Silly little joke. She's not phased at all. She laughs. She says, "Yeah, well, I can write my name in the snow with your blood." And at that instant, I'm like, I have to marry this woman.
Forget you. I'm going to marry her.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm about to put a ring on her finger.
Fuck yeah, she is the best. She is so, and again, no hesitation, no having to come up with that off the top of her head.
Mrs. Tsumi, I know you're married to Mr. Tsumi, but
Hear her out.
I'm just saying, if you ever need a partner in crime or help bearing a body, just DM me. The safe word is pineapple. Okay, that's all.
But yeah, she's badass. I love her.
I love her.
Oh my
I love her
God,
first.
Jesus, everybody, just take it down.
I knew her when you were a child.
You knew her before I was born, probably. Maybe.
1990, met her in 95.
Oh
So
no, I was
do with that
born
as you will.
before
Yeah.
then.
I will tell you, it is very sobering. I haven't seen anyone from my chat other than her. My audience on my streams, for whatever reason, and I do not know why, skews heavily female and 20 something and younger.
It's because we know that we are allowed to be around you and have normal conversations with you, and you're not going to hit us
Well,
or hit on us or be
or
disrespectful to
either
us.
actually.
Yeah, no, it's because you're a happily married man and you are there to share your joy with the world,
Yeah.
not to meet your e-girl
But I
girlfriend
will
or
tell you,
whatever.
the side effect of that is a little disconcerting because all of them basically are young enough to be my legal children with my wife, who I was married to before they were born.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that means that you can teach them what they need to look for in a good spouse, and you can set the standard for them and be like, this is how I treat my wife. Make sure that you don't ever date anybody that doesn't treat you like this.
So, did I ever, Mrs. E, I
Mm.
thought briefly about re-entering the AI world of AI dating,
Oh God.
Oh.
and but I never did. But I know what my Tinder profile would say. It would say too old for Tinder, not old enough to be dead, but just old enough for you to work out your daddy issues.
I hate to say it, that might work. Oh,
Yeah.
God, my poor niece, who is now, by the way, 30, in her 30s and happily married, used to, and I'm only saying this like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, used to complain to me all the time, despair that she would never meet a man. Now, she's like me and us. She's a geek. She likes to
Mm-hmm.
spend her time at home on the computer and doesn't leave. And I'm like, baby,
You gotta leave the
they're not
house.
going to show up at your door. She says,
Mm-hmm.
well, what if I get DoorDash? I said, don't hit on the DoorDash guy. That's like hitting on a waiter. Don't do that. That's not. They're paid to give you food. Leave it there.
I have a story about that.
Yeah, I know, Steele. It's a thing.
So, so I, I ended up back in the day. Analog Damie worked for Batteries Plus. And Analog Damie had just behind, literally, I could throw a rock and I would hit a gas station. And so I would go there and I would get 2 Arizona teas and a pack of beef jerky, bring it back to work. Well, one of the times I went there, there was a cashier, because I sent my dude over who worked for me, and I'm like, go get, it's tea time. Hi, Nick. Go get the tea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was gone 20 minutes. And when he got back, I was like, it wasn't break time. Where the fuck were you? All right? What's going on here? I sent you over there to get 2 cans of tea, beef jerky. You have brought back 2 cans of tea and no beef jerky. Exactly what the fuck is going on? He goes, wait for it. I'm like, all right, bud. Sure. I will wait for it. There's better be a good explanation because, again, we weren't on break. I was just on whose hat is Shannon on? The innumerable, the illuminative Mrs. E, who works for Stack Up and is
And
my
also Shannon's bestie.
and also apparently Shannon's bestie.
Or bestie.
And so he comes back, and there's got to be this 4'8" blonde who walks in. He rizzed up the gas station attendant,
Mm-hmm.
right? Who then came over to like hang out at Batteries Plus, which is
One
like
hell of a
the
riz.
weirdest thing, because we're putting up a new sign, so we're like, I guess. So I'm putting up this sign. I feel bad for him though, because Shannon, cover your ears, sweetie. Hey, everybody. We're going to have a little chat here. Did you meet a nice 4'9" petite blonde at the gas station. Did you hit it off? Have a pretty okay relationship? Start dating? Well, you know what you should always do. Too late, Babu. We got to finish the bit. You know what you should always do? Either pursue some kind of birth control or give it up, because this man had an oopsie at a very young age.
Unfortunate.
How unfortunate. So everybody, remember, your reproductive health is your own responsibility. Stay on it. And also, maybe don't rizz up the gas station attendant, because she was weird and slashed his tires later.
Yeah, well.
That's how that story ends.
Tires?
Yeah.
What did he do to make
I don't
her
know.
slash his tires? No, he definitely did something. You don't just get your tires slashed for no reason.
No, you don't just get your tires slashed.
At a minimum, Mrs. E, I would say broke up with her. But more than likely, I would say probably some cheating was involved for tire slashings.
Okay.
I mean, I've known some crazy ladies. Let's be honest, but I've never been,
and now I am in family-friendly mode, but something that my old man once said, and I value this today, he said two things to me. He said more things than, not just two things in the entire time I knew him, but there were two things that he said that really stuck out. One, all women are crazy, it's just a matter of where and when.
True.
And two, real love is being able to look at someone and say, I could probably put up with you for the rest of my life.
There's some truth there.
That's factual. I'll accept that.
You'll accept that? Okay.
Yeah, that's factual.
Miss E being
a lady? Oh. What on the earth is happening?
Mr. Tsumi.
Oh, God.
I like that beard.
Oh, yeah.
You want to rub beards together?
Big ass head. Don't worry. You can't out-weird me. I get weirder things than you free in my breakfast cereal.
Hey. Oh, man. You remember when you used to get actual decent toys in breakfast
Fuck
cereal?
yes, I do.
Yeah.
Made me mad when they stopped doing that shit.
And
Happy Meal toys worth having.
Yeah. I learned how things glowed. How basic things glowed by getting glow-in-the-dark toys and realizing, they have to absorb sunlight first.
Mm-hmm.
They have to absorb light, and then they glow. That was a science lesson I learned myself through toys in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering if this story led somewhere.
That was it. That was the whole
Okay.
thing. That
Fair.
was the story. What, did you not like it? You have a problem
Damie,
with
did I
it?
say I didn't like it? Did I say I have a problem with
I
it?
feel like you're implying that you didn't
I am
like
not
the story.
in charge of your feelings.
Oh, wow. That was a good one.
Wow.
That was a good one.
Okay. Folks,
Wow.
young folks, can I share some old person wisdom? You are not responsible for other people's feelings, okay?
Yes.
You are responsible for what you mean to say.
Mm-hmm.
And if you say something hurtful, then you should apologize for it if you don't mean it. If you do mean it, well, then all bets are off. But if somebody takes something badly and won't accept your apology, move on. Okay?
That's on them.
You've done what you can. You are not responsible for their hurt feelings.
This is true. You've done your due diligence.
Yeah. Try not to say things hurtful, but at the same time, if you accidentally do and you are honest and forthright and say, I'm sorry, I did not mean it like that, that's all you can do.
That's really all you can do in any given
Let them deal with their
situation.
feelings afterwards.
Right.
But
that is some good advice. Do you have any other good old person advice for us?
Yeah. People sometimes ask me what's the secret to a good relationship. I don't promise that I have the answer. What I will say is marry somebody that you don't just love, but that you like.
Yes.
My wife and I experienced this during COVID because, of course, I worked from home during all of COVID. So for 2 years, we spent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week together. And we knew couples that their marriages did not survive that.
Yeah, they just collapsed.
Because it's hard being around somebody else all the time.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, but for us, it was fine. I married my best friend.
Oh, that's nice. So you
Okay.
just got to spend
Hmm.
more time with them.
And we don't have to spend every minute together. Oh God, please don't text your significant other 27,000 times a day and get mad if they don't respond in 3 minutes. I don't know why that became a thing for some people. That's super insecure. Go get
I
therapy.
will tell you
Listen,
what happened. All right.
homies just needs to be reminded 50 million times that I love him. Okay,
This is true.
he
But are
doesn't
you
have to text
expecting him to
back.
reply each and every time?
It would be nice, but no.
Let me let me tell you out there, kids. Yeah. Let me tell you about a little thing called The Bachelor and a little thing called The Connection. So, The Bachelor is the single worst thing to happen to dating. This has actually been proven, and there are entire psychiatric papers written about why The Bachelor is so absolutely terrible for anything. Like, outside of entertainment, why it is awful. One. Okay? You cannot base your relationship on the spark that you get from someone within the first. That is
Oh God, no.
lust.
Yeah.
That's your wibblies wobbling is what that is.
It
Two,
is literally a chemical reaction
yeah,
in your brain.
two, right? Deciding that you can base this on that you can base an entire relationship that will go into a marriage on barely knowing someone for like 2 weeks, very dangerous. Actually,
Hmm.
less teeing up, very dangerous psychologically for the people who are doing this. And finally, the affection bombing idea
Ugh.
Hmm.
that one must be covered in love and then must reciprocate immediately, or there's some sort of infidelity or disinterest going on, is also very bad. In fact, Tom Harris, the guy who did The Bachelor, right after he finally left, because I think he left, wrote how toxic that show actually is
Oh
and
yeah.
how
Hmm.
terrible it was, but it paid good. It paid him good money, so he
Listen.
did the thing.
Yeah. Can I share uh, some
Candy,
funny advice?
I want candy.
So I want to preface the story. My mother was
Mm-hmm.
born in 1941
Yes.
to parents who were significantly older.
Okay.
My grandfather, my mother's father,
Yes.
was born in the 19th century. He
Holy
fought in
crap.
World War One. My grandfather did. He, as a matter of
Okay.
fact, before World War One, he was in the Rhode Island Cavalry and served in the expedition into Mexico to catch Pancho Villa. He very old. He was in his 50s when my mother was born.
Do you know what
My
Pancho Villa's last words were?
No, I don't.
Don't let it end this way. Tell them I said something. Okay, continue.
So to say my mother was raised by old-fashioned parents is an understatement.
Yeah.
My grandfather literally ran away from home because he was tired of giving his adult paycheck to his father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that was what was expected of unmarried young men. You gave your
Yes.
paycheck to your father, and he would give you a few bucks out of it to
Yeah.
spend on the cinema or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so my my mother was raised by old-fashioned parents. She learned the birds and the bees in her freshman college biology class.
Oh God.
Jaw hitting the floor. And the
Mm-hmm.
girl next to her said, "You didn't already know this?" And my mother could just shake her head in horror and no. Um, so the day before my parents get married, my grandfather decides to take my mother for a drive and have the talk. All right. And now the other thing you have to understand about my grandfather is that he was, again, very old fashioned, but
Yeah.
also very puritanical in a
Okay.
way that you would not expect of most Catholic men.
Yeah.
Um, in France during World War One, between his barracks and the company area, there was he'd had to walk down the street past a house of ill repute.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather would tell the story every day he'd walk past it. He would avert his eyes so as not to have improper thoughts about the
Yes.
women who worked inside.
Yes,
People who
absolutely.
don't know my grandfather laugh and go, "Yeah, I'm sure." People who did know my grandfather go, "Yeah, no, that sounds like him."
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's my grandfather. So the talk, according to my mother, verbatim went like this after many minutes of silence. Love is not what you and Sumi's dad have. I'm editing names, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Love is what your mother and I have. I'm used to her. And that was the entire talk my grandfather had with my mother the day before her wedding.
Jesus.
But as ridiculous as that is, I will say 28 years into a marriage, there is a lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
I am used to my wife. We can just sit in the same house at the same time and be okay with it. I'm used to her, and it's not romantic, it's not sexy. But
They're just
there's a lot
comfortable.
to be said for being comfortable around somebody else. Good Lord. Okay, so before my generation, you didn't move in with your girlfriend or boyfriend. I mean, hell, it was
No.
controversial when I did it.
Yeah.
Um, I'm going to tell you, I don't think two people should get married until they've shared a bathroom together.
Oh no,
And
absolutely.
I mean that literally. Move in
Mm-hmm.
with them before you decide to marry them and share a bathroom, because if you can't do that, and a lot of people can't, either you're going to need a big house with two bathrooms, one for each of you,
Mm-hmm.
or don't get married,
Don't get married.
because that is an acid test in my mind. So that's some
So,
old advice.
Mr. Sumi,
Yes, sir.
Missy, allegedly you're both married.
Uh,
So,
yes.
so here is the question, Mr. Sumi.
Hmm.
How long before you farted in front of Mrs. Sumi?
Before we even got married, when we were still dating.
Oh, all
She
right,
just
all right.
laughed, but it's true.
Okay, okay, yeah. I feel like that's also an indicator of, because there's like, do you blast ass right away when you've got to fart? Do you not? Do you wait?
You
What's
also got to
what's your
understand, though.
advice?
I was raised. See, I'm skewed on this one though, because I was raised in a house. I was the youngest of four kids.
Mm-hmm.
Privacy was, it existed on the surface. We had a
Yeah,
damn. Do you remember Shrinky Dinks?
I remember Shrinky Dinks.
So for everyone else, Shrinky Dinks were these little things. They were like made out of a plastic. You'd color them in and put them in the oven, and they'd shrink up, and
Yeah,
you'd hang them on stuff. They
they were
they
fun.
looked like little stained glass,
Yeah,
basically, but
they
they were
were
plastic.
cool.
We had a Shrinky Dink on my parents' door that was a frog with a Groucho mustache and glasses, and it said "Caution, adults at play." We
Oh,
kids put that on my parents' door.
yes.
We may not have known the mechanics of what was going on,
Mm-hmm.
but we knew mommy and daddy were upstairs fooling around.
Yes.
Okay. My sister once refused to get my mother, on the phone for one of her coworkers because mommy and daddy are upstairs doing what they like to do best. Was what she told the lady, and the poor lady didn't get
Ah,
it until like the third time my sister said it, and at that point she was too embarrassed and hung up.
yeah.
My
She's like,
parents
all right.
fooled around. Go
Yeah,
figure. They had four fucking kids.
yeah. That
Um,
happens.
that's how kids happen. Um, but
That's not what I saw, but when a
so,
mommy AI and a daddy AI love each other very much.
but so, you know, bathroom. Good God, you shared a bathroom with other people. We had
Yeah.
four fucking kids. All right. Blasting
Damn.
ass was just something that happened. She was raised in a four-kid household. She was the
Oh,
oldest, though, so
okay.
less so for her. And
Yes.
according to her, her parents only had sex the four times to have the four kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, um,
Procreation only.
of course, of course.
That's why
But
Mrs. E's going to hell.
she,
Thank
being
you. I'm
the
a
oldest,
recovering Catholic.
yeah. So yeah, I broke with the church in the 1990s, early
Mm-hmm.
90s, and it was mostly because nothing wrong with the church. She does her thing, I do mine.
Yeah, yeah.
We're good. I married a divorced Protestant, for fuck's sake.
You cannot do that as a Catholic, sir.
Right? I'm not. That's the thing.
Yeah. Let
So
alone running your pure Catholic hands over her filthy fucking
Her Protestant or body.
Yeah.
No,
What
see,
the hell?
here's where you went wrong. The whole point of being Catholic is to marry a non-Catholic, have them convert to
Oh,
Catholicism,
yeah,
and
no,
then create Catholic babies,
Babies,
who
yeah.
then go out, marry non-Catholics, and make them Catholic to have more Catholic babies. That's the whole point of being
Yeah,
Catholic.
you
Yeah.
joke about that, Mrs. E.
No,
I
I'm not
actually,
joking. It's
Catholics
fair.
too.
well,
It's 100% fair.
I wasn't raised like that, but and this is just a personal observation, and please, nobody get offended by this. I really don't want anyone to be offended. I have a Church of Latter-day Saints Mormon uncle-in-law,
Okay.
and I had a Mormon first sergeant at DLI. And
Okay.
one thing I've noticed is Mormons have very, very attractive wives and daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually wondering if it's not like intentional,
It's a
because
trap.
it seems to be a recruiting method that you have very attractive ladies to
Mhm.
encourage men to join the church. I'm just saying, maybe I'm being paranoid there.
Look, I don't trust anything. So, Mrs. E, you're happily
Yeah.
married, supposedly.
Yes.
Actually,
Fact.
drunk Mrs. E once went on at length about how happily married she was, to the point where I'm like, I want to get married now.
Aw, well, drunkie is honesty, so
yeah.
I do think it's a good institution for all its faults.
Yeah, Mrs. E, me, homies, and a couple of bros were in the call, and Mrs. E was just like going off on how happily she was, and I'm like, man, I wish I could get married. Yeah, let's get married for tax purposes. Still, I'm down. But you're supposedly happily married. Now, when was the first time homies farted in front of you? Who farted in front of who first?
I probably farted in front of him first. He still to this day does not fart in front of me. The only time that he farts in front of me is when he is asleep.
Aww.
Really?
He doesn't. But also his anything that comes out of his ass is like a dying animal.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Got it.
it's honestly it's just more so him trying to like
Spare
not
you?
Kill
spare
you?
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he has definitely farted on me in his sleep before.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, oh god, I'm dying. Like I'm actually dying.
Oh.
We have our Watson, our little floof, and she likes to sleep between us. She learned very quickly to sleep on the other side of me because as soon as he flips onto his right side,
Oh, all the farts come out.
exactly. And she learned very quickly that daddy, no, nobody wants that.
Yeah. I'm
Fair.
doing great. Nick, thank you so much for asking. Everybody hydrate. So, Damie had been dating this girl for maybe 4 days. And we were
Okay.
cuddling. And suddenly she just drops ass on me and starts laughing. And she goes, I guess the honeymoon's over.
Listen, I
That's
respect
the story.
it.
I have mad respect for that too.
I got no problem with it. I'll tell you. So my wife is definitely more uptight about the bathroom stuff than me.
Mm-hmm.
She was horrified the first time I walked in and she was using the potty.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Right? You do your thing.
I've been there. It's okay.
Right? I know
You're
what
fine.
happens in here.
But she is a world-class belcher. A world class. And I mean, seriously, she is awesome at it. And one time we were on vacation with her family, and her nephew at the time was this absolutely adorable 5-year-old little boy, as sweet as pie that kid was. Still
Aw.
is. He's a good kid. He's just
He's a
older
good boy?
now, and he's a man now, so it's different.
Yeah.
But he was just this cute little kid, and we're all sitting in the room. He's playing quietly on the floor, and she lets one rip and just reverb. It bounced off the windows, and I mean, it was a thing of beauty. It was easily a 9 out of 10 belt.
Absolutely.
And he just looks up at her in awe written all over his face, and he says, when I grow up, I want to belch like Aunt K-Mad.
Yeah.
And she, of course, dies laughing. And her the nephew's mom, her sister-in-law, is just glaring daggers at her, and it was so funny. Oh God! But yeah, that was the best belch, proudest moment of her life. She just said it. It was classic. So yeah, when you belched earlier, I was like, yeah, no, that's weak sauce, man.
Look, man, I haven't had my coffee. I really want coffee too.
Get you some.
Mrs. E,
Yes.
I'm gonna do. It's time for you to truly earn your place on that side of the desk.
Okay.
I'm gonna go make coffee, and your job is to keep this going.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this
All
is
right.
great.
Oh,
All
it's
right.
easy. We got
All
you.
right.
I got your back,
You
homie.
got this, Mrs. E.
Oh, 100%.
All right. Do the thing,
Go
Mrs.
get you
E.
coffee.
All right. Everybody quick, dame me who? Okay. So, just kidding. Mr. Sumi,
Yes, ma'am.
what if you could have one superpower for only 24 hours, and then you would have like the opposite effect?
Oh, the
What
opposite effect.
Yeah, so you have one superpower for 24
Oh, that's
hours, and then
easy.
the next 24 hours, the opposite happens to you.
Okay, so that's
What would
easy,
you
and I'll explain why. Um, I've seen this question a lot where it's like, oh, you can only have one superpower, but it's only one superpower. So, like, if you get flight, you can't move faster than you could run, and yeah, really weird stuff. My answer is the same anyway. The ability to control the flow of time, both forward, backwards, faster, slower, and pause, like a VCR. Now, the best part about this answer is, and then the opposite happens. So I lose control over how fast, slow, whatever time moves. Yeah, I live that day to day. I'm okay with having that happen once the power runs out because there's just so
Nice.
much you can do with it. First of all, I can make that 24 hours last for seemingly forever.
Yeah.
I can rob a bank. And how will they ever know it's me? Time was paused. See, though I would feel guilty
Big
because I
brain.
was raised Catholic.
Yeah, right. The guilt is so
The
strong with
guilt. Oh
us.
my God, it so much is. You know the guilt.
Oh, the guilt. The guilt.
That never goes away.
It does not. No, no amount of therapy, alcohol,
It was
marijuana, nothing makes the guilt go away.
Steel. It was a Adam Sandler movie. Or was it Jim Carrey? One of the two of them. Doesn't matter. I
Click.
didn't actually see it.
It was Adam Sandler. Click.
Yeah, where he had a remote control that
Yeah.
controlled time. It was also a episode of the Twilight Zone.
Yep.
The new Twilight. Yeah. Anyway.
They did a version of it in Futurama as well.
What about you? What power would you want to and then have reversed?
Mm, probably to turn things into gold.
And
Because that way,
then,
if I fucked up, everything would be undone the next day.
so your plan is to turn things to gold, sell them quick, and then
Mhm.
have them turned back after they're out of your possession.
Exactly, not my problem anymore. And then
Okay.
if I accidentally turn something into gold that shouldn't be gold,
Yeah, it turns
obviously I
back.
just don't sell it and it turns back
Yeah.
into fine.
All right. The guilt.
Yeah, the guilt. The guilt. I'd have to find like the worst pawn shop ever with like the rudest employee to make it
To make it
yeah.
okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's ways around the guilt. You just have to find them.
There are.
Find like the
Indeed.
Trump supporters. Yeah, let me sell you all this gold.
Oh my God. So is it just me, or is it when you see all the ads on TV about, we're selling gold? It's the only secure investment for the future. Okay, if you believe so strongly in it, why are you trying to get rid of it? People who are trying to sell you gold want to get rid of it. But if it's the best investment for the future, why would they want to get rid of it? It's the best investment. Because
Exactly.
money's the best investment, not the gold. Anyway, sorry, another piece of unsolicited old man advice there. Don't
You're
buy
the
shit
best
off of TV
investment
when
ever.
they tell you it's a great investment. If it was a great investment, they wouldn't be telling you about it. They'd be buying it themselves.
Yeah, very true. Nick says that they want to be the Flash and run through time. I like it.
Yeah.
Seal said our money isn't backed by gold or silver anymore. You can buy gold and silver stock. Yeah. I try not to think about any of like the money stuff. Like so homies is a big planner for like the end of the world. And for me, I'm like, I've lived through battles. I'm good.
I will tell
I'm
you.
just here now.
Yeah. So the missus handles the finances. I just earn it, so. Oh my God. I got into an argument on YouTube about that with
Oh,
people who were like, "Oh, it's military grade. Oh,
no,
yeah, that's
that's
good
the
stuff. That
worst.
military grade." It means it was made by the lowest bidder as
The
cheaply as
lowest
possible
bidder
and
as
then sold
cheaply
for
as
as much money as
possible.
possible.
Yes.
It
Military grade is not a compliment. It's
it
not a
is
good
not.
thing.
Anybody who's been in the military knows military grade is not a compliment,
Yep.
but the tactical stuff tries to convince you otherwise.
I mean,
Made out of
some
military
of it's
grade
good
steel.
if you get like whoobies. I think
The
we talked about
Wubby is
whoobies. Yeah.
about the exception. I will say
Yeah.
the field jacket liner up
Yeah.
there.
Field jacket liner, also up
The
there.
garrison, not the garrison cap, the winter cap, the
Yes.
beanie.
Definitely the beanie. I can still fit into my beanie. We're talking about things you could still wear from your army
Oh,
years.
the beanie.
I can still fit into my beanie.
I would
I can also
I think I could still fit into my soft cap. Yeah,
I can also still
the head
wear
has
the
grown.
same earrings that I wore in high
Oh,
school. I
there
can
you
still
go.
fit into those. I feel
There
like
you
that's a
go.
win.
Yep, yep. Mm,
Oh, my ability to create anything I can imagine. Ooh, I like that.
yeah. So
Chair force? Mm.
I served with wing wipers. They were good folks. I will tell you my favorite story about the Air Force was I did my AIT at Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo, Texas. I was telling Damie before
Ooh.
you got here that the lake caught on fire while I was there. It's not a nice place, the town, but at the Air Force Base was. Now, of course, it's in the middle of the desert, so there wasn't much to do. But the day I arrived and went to the chow hall, um, first of all, I walk in and they have a fully stocked potato bar.
Wait, what? Like a whole potato bar with
A
like cheese
fucking whole
and bacon
potato
and
bar.
shit?
Bacon, cheese, sour cream, everything that you can imagine to go on a chili, anything that would go on a baked potato. They fucking had in this potato bar. But that
What?
was just the potato bar. That was their Monday, Sunday through Saturday. That was daily. That was normal. No, the day I arrived at Goodfellow Air Force Base was Surf and Turf Day at the Chow Hall. So you had steak and lobster.
But how was it cooked?
Apparently pretty well. I can't eat seafood. It makes me throw up, which let me
Oh,
tell you
that's
was
fair.
fun during Lent growing up.
Yeah. Don't
But
eat crickets. Don't eat crickets.
okay.
No,
It
no, true
actually
story. No, true story.
go ahead.
If you have a bad reaction to shellfish, you will have a horrible reaction to crickets.
It's not just shellfish, it's anything that comes out of the water, including alligator and duck. Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
what it is. I don't know what it is. It's just a thing. I live with it. It's fine. I can have like 3 shrimp, and any more than that, I'm gonna be throwing it back up. I don't swell up and die, so it's okay.
I mean, that's a win.
But no, the air okay, so that was one thing. So the chow hall, amazing food, right? And I had to pay extra because our BAS didn't pay for the Air Force's quality of food, so we had to give a few extra dollars, but it was worth it for the potato bar.
Oh, yeah.
Um, I get done with my meal. I say, okay, where do I take my tray? And the guys around me just kind of laugh and they say, oh, no, you just leave it on the table. Somebody will come pick it up. And I said, listen, I was born at night. That doesn't mean I was born last night. Where do I take my tray? Nice try. You're not going to get me. And then they pointed, and sure enough, they had civilian workers picking up the trays off the table. I had never seen this in the
What?
Army. You take your own damn tray up. You scrape
Clean
the,
up your table if you left any mud on it or food or
right?
anything. Clean up
No, no,
after
no.
yourself.
They had contractors for that. Now, the barracks that I stayed in at Goodfellow Air Force Base, it was a hotel. It was a two-man hotel. We had our own bathroom in that two-man room, and they had maid service.
What?
I'm not fucking kidding you. They had goddamn maid service in the quote-unquote barracks. Then, to make matters worse, Mrs. E, when I get to my permanent duty station, we're joint service. We got Air Force personnel. I live in a barracks, okay? And perpendicular to that barracks, on part of the same quad, lived the Air Force. These were the nicest barracks I lived in the entire time I was in the Army. We had two-man rooms with a private bathroom to each room. It was luxury. Nice barracks. Probably less than 10-year-old building, which was incredible. I've lived in World War II barracks. Anyway, The Air Force lived in the barracks right next door to us. Exact same floor, exact same layout, exact same building. It literally was a clone of the building, just 90 degrees next door to us. They lived one man to a room and got paid substandard housing allowance because it was not sufficient square feet for an airman in the Air Force. I should have fucking joined the Air Force. That's all I'm saying. So, another piece of old man advice. If you're thinking about the military, go look at the Air Force first. Okay? Just saying.
Do you want a funny story about my brother?
Sure.
Okay. So my family, we join one of two branches. You either
Mm.
join the army or you join the navy. That's the rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Literally the only rules. So if you're going to join the military, and this is the choice you get. Whenever you graduate high school, you either go to college or you join the military. Those are the options for you. You can get a full-time job, but it better pay really, really well because mom and dad are not going to let you live with them anymore.
Okay.
So I joined the army because I went to college, didn't like it, had a bad time there. Don't want to, I'm just,
Understand.
you know. And so I'm like, okay, so I drop out of college, and my dad calls me the same day. My parents are divorced. My mother calls him, tells him. So then my dad calls me same day and says, "So your mother's informed me that you're dropping out of college. Um, are you going to be joining the army then? Because my father's a retired first sergeant." And I'm like,
Okay.
"Yeah."
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna join the army, Dad. And he goes, "Okay, great. Whenever you get to the recruiter's office, call me, put me on speakerphone. I will make sure that they don't, bullshit
You don't
you."
get dicked over, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So we go through that whole process, and I'm 20. Yeah, I was 20 when I enlisted. So
Mm-hmm.
I go in, I join. I'm 20. We're good to go. My brother, on the other hand, baby brother, he is 17 years old and decides that if I'm joining, he's gonna go ahead and
Okay.
join, and he can join early with our mom's signature.
Right. Yep.
So they go to the recruiting office and they go to the army place and then they
Mm-hmm.
go to the navy place. And then, so we're waiting and everybody's at home and I got my grandpa on one phone, I got my uncle on the other. We're all waiting to find out where the brother has enlisted so that we know, which football jersey to get him. Army, Navy, football day
Uh-huh.
became huge, biggest argument in the family.
Uh-huh.
And so we're all waiting and he comes home and he has joined the Air Force because that is the only branch my mother would sign for him.
Uh,
And first thing out of my father's mouth was, "I thought I only had one daughter. I guess I've got two."
oh, but again, I listen. I felt the same way. I grew up in an army family. My grandfather was he was in the Rhode Island Cavalry and then the American Expeditionary. He was U.S. Army. Let's be honest, it's what it was.
Hmm.
My dad was Army. My uncle was Army. My aunt was Army. My dad's uncle served in World War II, though one of them was in the Navy. Uncle Charlie was in the Navy during World War II in the Pacific and never knew how to fucking swim. He told stories of how he'd go to bed with his Mae West on every night because he was sure they were going to be torpedoed in the middle of the night and he wouldn't be able to find it. He didn't never got sunk anyway. But yeah, that was the exception. But I think he was drafted to be fair. That's not his fault.
Oh yeah, yeah,
My
yeah.
cousin, uh, son of my uncle who was in the army and got wounded by the North Korean mortar, um, my cousin went into the Marines in time for the Battle of Fallujah.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
he was in the Battle of Fallujah with the first Mew, and got out afterwards because of medical problems with his mom. She had a heart thing and nearly died on us, and she's still with us. She's awesome. Um, and so he got out of the Marine Corps and has since joined the Army National Guard as a combat medic because he really obviously had a deep respect for the corpsmen. That
Fallujah was also like that was yeah. I can
that
see
was
why
that was that
he
was
would go
a
medic
thing.
after
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that was a
So,
tough. That was tough. They trained us on Fallujah when I was in that.
no
We had
doubt.
multiple classes on Fallujah.
Yeah. So, combat medic, dude. I got another buddy. Actually, he's a WoW buddy, not an army buddy, but he is in the army. Who is a combat medic and was in Afghanistan and Iraq. He's still in the reserves, but he's combat medic. And listen, there is nobody anybody respects more than Doc. I wasn't even fucking in combat, and I can tell you, nobody is respected more than Doc. But yeah, love our combat medics. Those dudes are awesome. I partied with combat medics from the 7th Light Infantry. Was
Yo.
it 7th Light? Yeah, 7th Light Infantry. So when I was at DLI, Monterey, California, 7th Light Infantry was stationed at Fort Ord, right across the bay. And they would come to our NCO club to party because our NCO club had women. Theirs didn't. It made perfect sense to me. But these guys were hilarious. They were combat medics. So they would do crazy shit like they would draw off a pint of blood from each of them and put it in their fridges in their room before coming over to our NCO club to get drunk because it was a cheaper drunk
Yep.
because you had less blood for the blood alcohol level. And then when they'd have a designated driver. He would take them back and then he would give them all their pint back so that they would sober up faster and not get hangovers.
Oh,
This is
wow.
just what the combat medics did. They would take the atropine injector trainers, which actually had needles and were filled with saline, and they'd play darts with it. And they said it was challenging because if you threw it too hard, it would bounce off before the needle deployed. But if you threw it too soft, the needle wouldn't deploy. Combat medics, man, they were different. They were different.
Amy, are you back?
He's getting there.
I've been back for a
Oh,
while.
wow. Okay.
I was gonna say I have another fun question to ask.
Sure. I'm happy to.
Okay. Name 5 uses for a stapler other than stapling.
Does stapling faces count as not stapling?
Yeah,
I
we'll
mean,
accept
it
that.
has to because other than stapling paper, I think is how that question should
Yeah.
perhaps be framed. Yeah, you can use to shoot staples at people or things. Gosh, I don't know that I'm that creative. We didn't have staplers in the skiff. Don't know. Well, I do know why. Because, oh God, actually, I'm
You
sorry
can't
to.
put them through a shredder.
Exactly. I'm sorry to derail your question, but I have to share this. So I was telling earlier, I worked in a skiff. You missed the best part. Our MPs didn't have any sidearms because we didn't have an arms room. So our MPs who had permission to use lethal force had no lethal force to use. They didn't even have batons. It was hilarious, but they were good. I liked our MPs. But working in the skiff, so they played it up. We were going to be so high tech. We had all these brand new SunSpark 20 workstations, which had 20 megabytes of RAM.
Ooh.
Let me tell you, at the time, I had never seen a computer with more than one. All right.
Yeah,
These things were
understandable.
hot. And they didn't actually have hard drives. They were slave to a server, which was really high tech. I mean, this place was wired. It was beautiful. This was the most high tech. And we were going to have a paperless environment because you didn't need it. Everything was electronic. Everything was filed electronically in a database. You could look up whatever you needed to. Except the colonel decided he wanted a paper copy of each and every report that we wrote for his own interest. Now, don't ask. That colonel was not reading the reports we were writing because mostly the reports we were writing were dull as dirt. For those of you who think military intelligence is exciting and yes, we know secrets. Yes, I know secrets. But you know what? They're the boring kind. They're not interesting. The reports I wrote were highly classified, not because of what the report was about, but because of sources and methods. That's what makes something classified, boys and girls, not the data within it. And I can't talk about it, what I did for 75 years from when I got out. So when I'm in my 90s, I'll tell you the interesting story, the one or two that I have. But for now, I'm going to tell you most of it consisted of plane A took off from Airbase B, flew northeast 73 miles, flew southwest 71 miles, and flew back to base. That was the report. That was the excitement. That's what we did. All right. And what I can tell you that because there's nothing classified in there because it doesn't reveal sources and methods, and honestly, the data itself is immaterial. But so Colonel wanted a printout of every report we wrote. So, okay, every time we write a report, print out a copy for the Colonel. Well, the XO decided, yeah, that's a good idea. Get me one too. So we print out 2 copies of every report we write. Except that then some major wanted a copy of every report. Oh, we print out 3 copies. We were up to 7 copies of every report we wrote had to be printed out in this paperless environment, filed into a folder, and left on a desk in case one of those officers wanted to come by and read those reports, which they never got. Okay? It was the dumbest shit. We wasted so much paper, and of course, every damn sheet of it was classified and had to be put into a burn bag and burnt.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't shred. We were dealing with TSSCI. You couldn't shred it. It had to be burnt. God, it was so stupid.
Is that
We
the
killed more
epitomous burn?
trees.
Is that the epitomous burn after reading?
Um, so most of what you see in the media is garbage. One of the things, okay, if you ever hear someone say
it's all
it's
garbage.
over top secret, no, there is no such thing. Top secret is as high as it gets. There are code words that can be attached which restrict the reading audience to only people who are read into that code word, but it is not above top secret. It's just top secret.
So that could
We
be
also,
top secret pancakes out there.
There could be.
I'm on board.
I could make a pancake top secret, yes,
Yes.
but I don't think in and of themselves that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But in and of themselves, pancakes are not top secret.
Okay. What if you have to beat someone's ass to get the recipe?
I wasn't that kind of MI.
Oh, okay.
That was human intelligence gathering. I was SIGINT.
Okay.
Though I will tell you, that was an interesting question. I actually knew a human intelligence gatherer, the people who interview POWs trying to get them to spill classified information. I asked them, and of course this is in the 90s, and I asked them questions like, well, what are you allowed to do? They said mostly it's you be nice to them. And that seems to have the highest success rate of getting information out of prisoners, is just be nice to them, offer them a cup of coffee, be kind. I said, are you, because there were women in the branch. I'm like, are they allowed to seduce prisoners? And they said, no, actually, good question. No, they can kind of hint at, oh, you're so cute, but they can't really promise anything or, definitely no touchy. I was like, oh, that's interesting. But
so no boob.
no boob.
Bummer.
Yeah.
What is that hideous clicking noise?
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry. I fidget.
There's so many.
I'm putting them down.
Like
I won't
everybody
fidget.
else.
What?
You don't own any fidget. You don't own any fidget toys.
I'm too cheap. I just pick up things off my desk and fidget
then
with
just
it.
click it. Yeah. Yeah. The only reason why it's very clearly coming through the audio.
Okay, I apologize.
What are you apologizing to me for?
Because I'm raised by Irish Catholic mother. It's not my fault.
true.
I'm guilty.
It's the guilt.
I have to apologize when I do harm or wrong.
You know what? One of the best things about Irish Catholics is their overwhelming capacity for guilt.
Dude,
Yeah.
you're not teaching me anything new. I would say it's also the good recipes.
Oh, there are some good. Yeah, but I see you, and I raise you Southern Baptists.
You know what? I have come to realize over my long age, I don't know that I've ever run into a cuisine that I was like, no, these people don't know how to cook. Hasn't happened. I went to London in 2005, and I was famously, you hear, oh, British food's bad. British food's awful.
What?
British food's terrible. No, it literally is a meme. Like in heaven, all the butlers are British, the chefs are French, whatever. I don't remember how it goes. But in hell, all the cooks are British.
Yeah.
All right. It was a thing. And legitimately, at one point, was coming back from this great dinner. I get in the taxi and I asked the taxi driver, I said, listen, man, I gotta tell you, the stereotype is British food's awful, but I don't think I've had a bad meal here. And he said, no, it used to be, though. Back 10, 20 years ago, we didn't cook with any spices and everything was boiled. And I said, you know what? That's valid. And I'll tell you guys, when in Captain America Civil War, when Cap is talking to, I forgot Anthony Mackie's character's name. That's terrible. Not Bucky.
Zemo?
No. Falcon. What's his?
Oh, Falcon. Yeah. No.
When he's talking to him, their first
Yeah.
meeting, and he talks about and Anthony Mackie says something like, Thai food, and he says, yeah, food was terrible back in my day. We boiled everything. I'm here to fucking tell you that is factual for the
Mhm.
70s too. Everything
Oh.
was fucking Jello molds and boiled vegetables and boiled meat. Well, we didn't have as much with the boiled meat, thankfully.
Yeah.
But oh my god, vegetables were awful when I was a kid.
Oh, that
Fresh
sounds terrible.
vegetables, if you lived near a farm, maybe.
Yeah.
Where we lived, you had canned vegetables, and they were
Mhm.
bad, and they were
Mhm.
boiled to heat
Ugh.
them up, and they were bad. They had no texture, and they had no flavor, and they were disgusting.
Your wife called you out in chat.
She did. He's a fidgeter sometimes. Yeah.
Reach over and take away whatever he's fidgeting with, and he's surprised
She's not
'cause he
lying.
didn't even realize it.
No, I was just fidgeting with a fork when I was just talking and fussing. I'm telling you, it's a problem. She's
Well.
not wrong.
Well.
But yeah. Well, no, you can't blame the 70s for the Jello cursed food. It
Yeah, you
existed in the
blame
50s and 60s. It existed in the 50s and 60s, but we were
Gelatin
still
was-
doing that shit in the
So,
70s.
The gelatin
Oh,
boom was
God.
big in the 50s. They just really started working with gelatins. Gelatins were no longer... It's because you no longer needed horse hooves for it. That's the thing. You were
Yeah.
able to make a gelatin that makes whatever jellied without needing to go and have all these different components. But anyway, you could just create it. And in the 50s, they were enamored with it, and then the war happened in the 40s and 50s.
40s, yeah.
Yeah.
Jello was not really a thing in the 40s. It
No.
caught on in the 50s.
But
it was
thing
quick
with
and easy to make.
and you could preserve things
Yeah.
inside of the Jello.
Well, the British have been doing that for ages. God, jellied eel is a thing that exists in
Disgusting.
Great
But
Britain.
anyway,
Oh,
when it came over here, it came over in the weirdest ways.
yeah. Church food.
Am I having fun? No.
Oh,
I just wanted to see how it happened. I'm having a blast.
okay.
I'm having a lot of fun. This
You
is a
better
very...
be.
Damn, Mrs. E.
Oh, by the way,
Jesus.
I want to point out where my wife says, of course I'm not wrong. She has long maintained that she is never wrong, in fact.
Mhm. Yeah.
I have written evidence, because I have to write it down or I'll forget, that she has, in fact, been wrong while
Oh,
we've been married. Yes.
are you sure? See, I saw a shirt once that summed up my entire existence. I may have changed my opinion, but not the fact that I am right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That sounds like her.
Yeah.
Once that I wrote down, baby, and you got mad at me for writing it down. I'm just saying. And admittedly, it was very minor. It was that she thought I Like Big Butts and Cannot Lie was by Run DMC.
No.
I don't remember.
Sir
I don't remember who she
Mix-a-Lot.
thought it was. Of course, it's Sir Mix-a-Lot, but she didn't remember that. And she says, "I wasn't wrong. I was mistaken."
That's wrong. I ain't married to her. I can say it.
I can say it too. She just won't accept it from me.
Yeah, exactly. And there goes one viewer. Bye.
She's great, though. I mean, seriously, she is my rock.
So, I wasn't saying you sang it. You were guessing.
Yeah.
But sounds like, here, I got something for you. No, Mrs. E, I need you to fill the silence while I do this.
What?
All right.
I've got another fun question. Hold
Yeah.
on. I have a whole list. Hold
Oh,
on.
wow.
Yeah.
Do you do interview shows?
No.
Oh.
I'm
Then why do you have a
trying
list of questions?
because I'm trying to be the best co-host to fill Liz's
Look
shoes.
at you.
Right?
You are the best co-host just by the virtue of the fact that you're trying.
I'm just trying.
You're succeeding.
Liz is still better than I am. All right. Do you think zombies should be fast or slow, and why?
So, okay, I am of the opinion that fast zombies are cheating. They do make for more exciting movies, but the classic zombie is a slow zombie. And furthermore, I don't see why a corpse should be able to put forth that kind of energy You know, especially when they're rotting. You know,
Yeah.
fast zombies are scary. Slow zombies can be scary. It just depends on how you write them. And I think that I think that fast zombies allow lazy writers to get scary zombies without good writing. I believe that. Now, I don't believe the bullshit of, well, zombies are what you get when Republicans are in office, and vampires are what you get when Democrats are. I did listen. That is a bridge too far, and the timelines don't even back that up. But that's a theory people had, and whatever. But I think zombies are played out.
The
I never have
wife.
truly been
There we go.
afraid of zombies. Oh, that's what he has for you, dear. I don't know
Here's
that
some,
she knows what
here's
copium
some
is, though.
copium.
Now, this is something I do need to point out. It's not a failing of hers. She just doesn't live on the internet like I do. I
That's
work
fine.
for the internet is the big joke. My nephews were like super
Be right back.
surprised.
Googling copium.
Seriously, my nephews were so shocked when I was getting memes that they were like, "There, how do you know this? You're old." And I said, guys, I work for the internet. You know, I am up on my
I
memes.
work for Mr. Internet himself.
You huff it. Yes. Oh, I think she found copium because she laughed really loud.
Okay.
That's the other thing I want to brag on her for. She has never been a person to take
You want
herself
some
over
copium?
seriously.
We all want copium. All of us.
But she is one of the things I really love about her is that she does not take herself super seriously. She is not what's the word? Over
Serious?
supercilious. She's not a supercilious person.
Supercilious person. Okay.
She doesn't take herself too damn seriously, and
Mm-hmm.
she's fun. She's fun, guys. And not just in that sense. Ayo.
Oh, that was a sex joke.
I
Got it. I'm here for you. I understand the funny joke. So, Mrs. E, it sounds like you have a fucking list. It sounds like when I said, hey, do you want to be my co-host, you went and did something. Explain to me what you did. Because suddenly you're just asking questions, like off a list or some shit. I don't know, but I'm like,
I definitely Googled interview questions that could be helpful.
Okay. I'm on board. Like, ask another one.
Okay. How would you transport 10,000 sharks across the country?
In my
well,
ass, one by
you
one.
know, that is a seriously, I would think that'd be a great question to ask Liz because she's a marine biologist. However, how would I do it? I'd hire professionals. I would hire marine biologists to tell me what's the way to do it safely so it doesn't hurt the animals. Animals are my weak spot. I cannot abide the mistreatment of animals. I cannot abide. I mean, literally, I turn into a weepy mess over shows of veterinarians working on animals. I am the biggest sucker for a fuzzy little animal, and I love sharks. Even sharks are cool.
Sharks are good stuff.
I
They're
would
cute.
I would never do anything that would put those sharks at risk of dying because I could not.
Okay.
It just so yeah, I would hire professionals to tell me what's the best way to do it. I would not try to do it myself. Yes.
My
Like the
cohort
pipeline.
avatar looks like a South Park character.
Dude,
Yeah.
Steele, you're not fucking wrong. I can't watch those goddamn commercials. Oh, and I love Sarah McLachlan too. She's awesome.
Sarah McLachlan's mid.
Agree to disagree, sir.
She's not great.
Good day, sir.
She's not bad. Damn. That's fair. That's fair. All right, here, hold on. I'll just see myself out quick. Just
Don't you dare get back here, Chester Damie.
Poor Damie.
so.
It's okay, Damie.
Oh, thank you. So, Mrs. E, ask another one of these questions that you've got.
I literally have like 100 of them.
They tend to come in packs of 100.
So if you were not already married, very important call out here.
Oh, please
So,
save
if you
me.
were not already married, it's
Too
not.
late.
It's not a. It's no. It's not
got
bad.
No,
too
no,
late.
I'm saying save me from not being married. Good God, I don't want to even
Oh.
count
Mrs.
it's
Tsumi is
dating
not going to be
again.
mad at this. So, what is one article of clothing that someone could wear that would make you walk out on a date with them? So, it was your first date, first time meeting this person, and they came in. What would they have to wear that you would just walk right out?
I don't know that it exists. It'd have to be something like truly horrifying, like Lady Gaga's meat dress. I mean, I don't dislike
Okay.
meat. I mean, but the thing is, you have to understand. I'm not going to say Crocs. I don't care. I don't
Crocs.
care. I am not a fashion template myself, right? I don't expect other people
No,
to be.
I just have a feeling that they'll have talked to Steele and Steele would be like, hey, you know what you really should do to poor Damien in the bedroom? Give his nuts a tap with them Crocs. He fucking loves it.
That's probably good advice.
Just fucking no.
But no, I don't care about clothing. If I can't, I mean, listen, there's definitely clothing that has drawn my attention. I'm not a stone here, but at the
Mhm.
same point, I don't know that if I was
A
if I
swastika.
asked,
Swastika, yes,
That would do it
exactly.
for
okay,
me.
all
That's
right,
a
yeah.
hell no. I see that walking right the fuck out. Bye.
We'll be out.
I'm not even
Unless
gonna say
she's
bye.
unless she's like a World War II reenactor.
Nope. Even then, if you're
I,
wearing a swastika and that's the side you're gonna reenact, I probably don't like you
Yeah.
anyways.
So
you're probably right. I'm just trying to say,
before I
yeah,
forget,
it'd have to be something truly
Like a T-shirt that
abhorrent.
says "I hate puppies." Yeah, we're not gonna be
yeah,
friends.
there's there is there's a thing about Lady Gaga, right?
Okay.
And there was a moment where I've been like, I've never been more attracted to this tiny blonde than ever. And that's when they showed a picture of her during one of her concerts. And you look and there are like these red lines like near her ribs and by her hip. And it hit me, I'm like, oh, she's wearing metal. She's literally going out there wearing metal and dancing around, and it's cutting her up. And I'm like, that's hot.
Wow.
That is dedication to
But
the
it probably
craft.
wasn't cutting her because otherwise you'd see blood flowing. But
No,
it was probably digging into her.
She was bleeding in some cases.
Oh
And I'm
God.
like, that is dedication.
I mean, it's
That's
quite
hot.
literally metal.
Not the bleeding. The dedication to
Yeah, the dedication is
craft
metal.
is
100%.
like super hot. I'm like, that is not against anybody who's into bleeding. All right, just make sure that you keep it careful.
We don't
in the
kink
area.
shame around here.
I do, but just make sure that it's sterile. All right, be sterile with what you're doing. But anyway,
And consent.
and consent. Yeah, don't eat your friends' fucking light bulbs without their consent. I'm looking at you, David Blaine.
I was wondering where the fuck you were going with that.
We got there. We got there. We got there.
Oh my
It wasn't
God.
anywhere anybody wanted to be, but it made you laugh, and that's all that matters. I can't believe Mrs. E is more prepared for this than I am.
No, I just did it. I just did a Google. You're the professional. I had to Google everything. You
David.
already know what you're gonna ask.
Absolutely no offense to Miss
Do
E.
I know what I'm gonna ask? You have put entirely too much faith in me, ma'am.
Been
I don't
interviewed
know.
by you like 4 times. You've
I
always
didn't know
got a
that-
billion questions.
Look, I didn't know that the David Blaine thing was where we were going to end up. I just knew there was something about eating light bulbs that I was going to say. That's it. David Blaine existing was just helpful.
Don't put light bulbs in your mouth all the way because once you get them in your mouth, you can't get them out because of the way.
No,
our
you can't
skulls
because of
open.
how your teeth work.
Yeah.
It's the same way as you put a cue ball in your mouth. You can't get it out because now your teeth have trapped it. It's really bad. They actually have to break the pool cue, or
Your
they have
teeth.
to break the ball, or they break your jaw.
Eh. Jaws are overrated.
Oh, that made me shiver bad. So, we have reached the back half of the interview.
Okay.
We've got an hour left.
Is this where you ask me questions about my back half?
Miss
I mean, I can turn around in
Mr.
the chair if you
Mr.
want.
Sumi's wife. You're
Oh,
in
okay.
chat.
Sumi.
How would you rate Mr. Sumi's ass?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
I have a
Punchable,
funny
slappable?
story. I have two funny stories, in fact.
Bounce a quarter off that bad boy. Let her cook first. All right,
I'll let
buddy?
her cook. Tell you
Let
what,
her
while
cook
she,
first.
while she's
While
typing,
she's cooking, tell the story.
the story about my dad. I'm 13 years old, right?
Okay,
Sunday
yeah.
afternoon after brunch, I'm washing dishes. My mom's beside me. She's drying them. That's how the conversation starts. I'm washing dishes. Suddenly, she stops drying whatever plate she's got in her hand, looks at me and says, "You know, your father has a cute butt." And I said, "Mom,
That was
why are you
unsolicited.
telling me this?"
Yeah, that
And
was
to this
unsolicited.
day, her answer is, "Well, because it's true."
Like your mom.
But why did
Like
I
your mom.
need to know that?
Right? Why are you informing me of this?
I've
She's
never gotten a
proud.
Me
satisfactory answer to that.
specifically.
Because she's
But-
proud.
But then, the first time my wife comes, after hearing that story, the next time my wife comes over to visit, we were still dating at the time. My dad's washing dishes. She walks up to him, turns him around so she can look, looks at his butt, and turns to my mom and says, "Yeah, you were right." Which, of course, makes my mom start laughing. So I noticed she still hasn't answered the question about my butt. So I'll tell
Yeah,
the second
yeah.
story,
Tell the
which
second
was
story.
I'm in the Army.
You're in
and,
the army. You were in the army?
You're in the army now.
And at the time, I was in pretty damn good shape.
You
So
were in the army.
I'm
I hope
talking.
that precludes good shape.
I'm talking with one of my NCOs, and she's telling me the story of how that morning at PT she was running with another sergeant, and the other sergeant was saying, "I'm not going to make it." She was exhausted. "I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it." And she said, "Just look at Demore's ass. You'll make it." And she tells me this, and I've never been so flattered in my goddamn life.
Aww.
I was sexually harassed. And it didn't matter. It was so.
wonderful.
Oh, it was wonderful. Oh, yeah.
I wanna...
But apparently I had a nice butt back when I was a young man. I
Excellent.
didn't look at it a lot.
That's
You'll
all.
understand because it's
Well,
behind me.
Yeah, obviously.
And never look back. Alphas only look ahead. Said with
And
all
that's
sarcasm.
Mr. Sumi, everybody. We're gonna
Oh,
be
come
rating it a
on.
pin
That was just sarcasm.
We're gonna be rating it a pin bump today.
I will say at this point I've got a 50-year-old man's ass.
So
And not like my dad's.
all right, Mr. Sumi's wife, you had long enough to cook. Spill the fucking tea. Tell us about this ass.
It's not great, Damie. It's got hair.
I'm sorry, Mr. You seem to be under the assumption that I was talking to you about your ass.
I'm
talking to someone
saying
else
I wouldn't
about
lie
your ass.
about it.
Oh, well,
If I had a nice ass, I'd tell you. But I don't, and I'm not ashamed of the fact that I don't have a nice ass. I'm a 50-year-old man. I'm allowed to have a bad ass.
I mean, you can have a bad ass if you want.
So,
it is your
you ever-
prerogative to have.
have you ever heard about-
Ass at 50.
Oh, there you go. Now she
It's
answers.
not what it was when you first noticed him, but then again, he was sitting down. Oh, okay.
I was. Oh, God. This is a good story. How
Okay.
I met my wife.
Yes.
So the part that she was not at the time privy to was I was sitting at the bar at the dance club that I liked to go to.
Mhm.
And I was actually waiting to meet somebody who might show up there.
Okay.
And she never showed up. She stood me up.
Well,
I'm
sucks
sitting at
to
the
be
bar.
her.
Well, I'm sitting at the bar feeling a little sorry for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And up walks a mutual friend of ours. I'll call her V because that's what her name started with. And V and I had gone out a couple of times, but there was no chemistry. It wasn't, nothing wrong with her. She was very nice. It's just there was no romance there.
Mhm.
Okay. So we parted as friends, right? No ill
Nice.
will. She'd
Yeah.
see me in the bar. She'd come up and give me a hug, and I'd give her a hug back, and we'd chat a little bit, and that was about it. So
Yeah, okay.
and we had met in this bar. So
Yeah.
she comes up to me and she says, "Hey, my friend thinks you're cute. Would you mind coming over and talking to her?" And I said, okay. And I stood up and immediately thought to myself, what the hell did I just agree to? Because you know how that's going to go. You're going to
Yeah.
walk up to this person you don't know. You're going to say hi. They're going to say hi. You're going to say, how are you? They're going to say, fine.
Hold on. The story is being missed because of
It
an ad
is
break.
okay. Well, I will continue to stall out
I mean,
with the parts that she knows.
hold on, I got
Actually,
this. Hey, everybody.
oh, there you
You you don't like ads? Nobody likes ads. But thank you for sticking around so I can get that sweet, sweet Bezos money. But if you don't like ads, for the low, low price of $4.99, you can say fuck ads, and I'm gonna support Damie. And Damie loves that $2.50 that he gets from the ad, from the sub. So, would you like Damie to go see Liz? Absolutely. You'd love for
Hell
Damie
yeah.
to see Liz on her 30th birthday. Feel free to sub or donate to my throne.
Yeah.
That's on the different profile. But
If you guys look down under the About Damie Robot, there's a link.
there's a link. And
Go
I
send Damie to see
promise
Liz.
you, should you guys send me to see Liz on her 30th birthday, I did not slap Liz on the ass when everyone was slapping Liz on the ass. But this time, not only will I engage in the ultimate ass slap on Liz that was taught to me by Wicked, I will have it recorded.
Liz,
Oh.
send me pineapple if you want me to fix that.
Okay, so she heard you thanking for watching the ad. All right, so we're back. So I was convinced I was going to have this dull conversation with some lady that I don't know, and it's going to be a waste of our time, and it's going to be awkward, and I'm going to have to say, well, okay, well, nice meeting you, and wander
We
off.
should get together sometime.
Now, before I continue the story, I'm going to
I'll share it with everybody. Don't worry about that. Everyone's going to get to see this. The fucking fist of an angry god.
So I'm going to, before I continue with actually meeting this woman, I'm going to jump to her point of view. She walks into the bar with her friend V, and as they're walking in, she sees me sitting at the bar and says, "Ooh, he's kind of cute." And she says, "I know him. Would you like to meet him?" And she says, "Only if he comes over."
Ooh.
So the very first time that my wife goes to the bathroom, V comes over and gets me.
That is, dude.
Wing woman.
Fucking V. Massive wing woman.
Right? So I walk up.
V, I don't know if you're out there, but you are officially a bro.
So she walks me up to the table and introduces me to K-Mad here. Mm-hmm. And K-Mad is not an uninteresting person with nothing to say who expects me to carry the conversation. She is, in fact, a fucking baller. Nice. So we had a great conversation, hit it off, and because I don't like ever putting my, at the time, it's different now, I don't do this anymore. I don't like putting women in a position where they feel like they're giving up, their personal information to me. I provided her with my phone number so that she could decide to call me, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was a better way to handle it. The problem is,
that's how I
do
it.
And chat, I lived in the barracks at the time, and our barracks had one phone on the floor, and it was on the female end of the floor. And they had this habit, at the time I did not know, of if they answered the phone and it wasn't for one of them, they wouldn't deliver any messages or check to see if the guy being called was in. They'd just say, yeah, hold on a minute, let me check to see if he's here. And they'd put the phone down, wait a minute, and say, no, he's not, can I take a message? Okay, got the message. And then they'd hang up and forget the message because it wasn't for them. Yeah, it was. Yeah. So she called. I never found out about it. I figured she wasn't interested. Few months later, I'm back at the same bar with a buddy of mine who had set me up on a blind date. We had originally gone to this other bar, and my blind date, the minute we arrive at that bar, walks the fuck off and starts talking to some other dude.
Fuck that.
Right? And he was horrified. He's like, man, I am so sorry. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
No bro points.
You want to go somewhere else? And I said, yeah, sure. Let's go over to this other place.
Let's go to
we
the
went
place
to this
I
other
usually
place.
drink.
And at this other place, I'm getting tore ass up because I just got dumped on a blind date.
Yeah.
Only blind date I ever had as well.
That's
So
fucking
that and
brutal.
0.
Yeah, that's
So
brutal. That's
while
brutal.
I'm there drinking, V walks up and says, "Oh, hey, I didn't know you were going to be here tonight. Are you going to be here a while?" I said, "Yeah, I think so." Da da da. And she says, "Oh, because K-Mad's going to be coming over later, and I was wondering if you'd still be here." I said, "Yeah, probably." V walks off and calls K-Mad, who is at the gay bar with her best gay friend,
Mm-hmm.
and says, "Get over here, that guy's here." And by the way, this is at this point 6 months later than when
Mm-hmm.
our first met. And
Yeah.
I thought she was uninterested.
Yeah.
So she convinces her best gay friend to drive over from the gay bar to the straight bar,
Mm-hmm.
and sees me and waits at the bar. Doesn't want to come up to me. We didn't have cell phones back then, Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I didn't have the pager at that time either. So yeah, we just
Ooh,
had
paging Dr.
phones.
Cool.
Listen, it was the days before cell phones. You'd made do, all right.
You really did make do.
So anyway, so she's waiting at the bar. It's a miracle my drunk ass saw her.
Mm-hmm.
So I walk up and I say, "Oh, hey, how are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, good to see you." Da, 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 da. I buy her a drink. And she wants to make it clear to me that she's not there with her best gay friend. So she says, "Oh, this is my very good friend," and she says his name.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't I hadn't even registered he existed. Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was a very sweet thing she was trying to do, but bless his heart, he said, "Oh, your best gay friend name, why don't you just out me to the world?" to make it clear to me that he was not with her.
Oh, taking one
That
for the team.
that went completely over my head because I just wasn't paying any damn attention to anything but her.
God damn. Oh, you know what?
I
That's.
was drunk too, so don't put too much on that.
Shut up, Mr. Sumi. Let's just take a moment, okay? Let's take a moment.
The Nokia came later, Bay.
And I like that this man, despite being so fucked up, is like, this is it. This is all I can see in the room right now. That's beautiful, man.
She's a
Just
hot
continue.
redhead, dude. It wasn't hard.
No, that's true. Keep going.
Well, that's pretty much where I'm going to leave the story because, well, no, I'll tell one more part.
Did you
So,
do it?
I'm not saying.
That's
Um,
fair.
We got to talking about Denny's. She mentioned that she had a bumper sticker on the back of her car that said, "Night people don't get sunburns," and
Okay.
and I said, "Oh, I love Denny's. I haven't been to one since Monterey." Da da da. She's
Yeah.
like, "Well, I think there's one in Columbia." I said, "Well, let's go."
Oh my god.
Columbia
that's-
being an hour drive away,
Hey, fuck it.
and it's 1 a.m. or whatever.
Yeah, fuck it. We
And
ball.
she says, "Well, I don't have gas in my car." I said, "I'll buy you a tank of gas." So that was the first gift I ever got her, was a tank of gas.
That's
And we
smooth as
drove
hell.
the hour to Columbia
Yeah.
and never found the Denny's. We found a Golden Skillet and ate there instead.
It's all the same hamburger.
Eh. I don't know that I've been to a Golden Skillet before or since.
Are you a Denny's enjoyer?
I do enjoy Moons Over My Hammy is my go-to.
That is so old of you.
We haven't been in a decade, Damie.
That's
but-
true. That's true.
I'll be
That's
honest,
true.
Cracker Barrel is the superior version of
Thank
Denny's.
you. Cracker Barrel's where it's at. Get me
Fucking
a
hash
shawl.
brown casserole, bitch.
Yes! Sorry, we just bonded really fucking hard.
And we do go IHOP. It is closer. That's true.
It's always been hit or miss with me with IHOPs.
We got a nice one by our house. And
Yeah,
fuck
if you've got a nice
pancakes,
IHOP, you go to the IHOP.
Yeah.
If you've got it, but like every time
I've
you go to
not
an
taken
IHOP,
her to a Waffle House because I value her life too much.
Yeah, no shit.
But I do like Waffle House too for what it is.
Okay. A drunken gladiatorial pit that sometimes sells
Fuck
waffles.
yeah. I did almost see a man get shot at one. So yeah.
Exactly. It's the fucking Waffle House. So, Mrs.
Fucking
E,
Waffle House.
Yes.
do you think you could take Mr. Sumi in a fight?
Yes.
No.
Yes. 100%.
Okay.
She's younger. Okay.
Mhm.
2, I wouldn't swing at her. I could never. Oh my God.
But I couldn't fight either. I only fight people that I hate, and
Well,
I
what
don't
if
hate
Mr.
Mr. Sumi
Sumi
at
said
all.
something that made me cry? Would you beat his ass then?
It really would depend on what he said.
He
It
told
would
me I'm not
depend.
entertaining and that I should stop streaming, and also
Oh,
that
Jesus.
Shannon wasn't real.
Well,
Okay,
I
I'm
would
not a liar,
say,
Damie.
yeah, I would say that obviously he's lying, and maybe he's on some sort of drugs, or maybe he was kidnapped, and that's his way of trying to let
Oh,
you know he was
oh,
kidnapped.
there
Oh,
you go.
that's
How
true.
There
dare
you
you
go.
miss that? Because Mr. Sumi would never say anything like that.
That is
I
true.
mean, she is on point.
That is true. That is very true.
Okay, that's our code. If I ever get kidnapped, I'll tell you that you should stop streaming and Shannon
and
isn't
Shannon
real.
isn't real.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
then I'll
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Then I'll know.
Yeah.
That's how you'll know I was kidnapped.
Yeah.
All right,
Mrs. E is so smart.
We're so
Mr.
smart together,
Sumi.
honestly. We came up with that together.
High five.
Oh,
Go
my
team!
God, you two work together. That's great. I like seeing my show bring people together.
That's what your show is all about.
That's what
Damie.
my show is all about. All right, Mr. Sumi, time to play some games.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Damie
So,
got really tiny.
He's little Damie.
I was a little bitty Damie.
Little Damie.
All right, so.
And guys, everybody can now say that they've seen Damie's little Damie.
Oh, hey-o.
I'll allow it. All right, so here's what's going to happen. You have 3 people in your life.
Okay.
People you like, people you don't like, doesn't matter. Some random people you've never even fucking met before, I don't give a shit. What I do care about is you're going to talk about them for 7 minutes. Now, not each person for 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes to talk about the 3 people. You kind of want to get as close to the 7 as possible. If you end early, that's fair. But if you go over, Mrs. E will stab you with the bottle. So, don't
Jesus.
fuck it up. 3, 2, oh, and the other gimmick, the other catch. You cannot go backwards. Once you go forward, you cannot go backwards. So once you stop talking about that person, you cannot
Return to
go
that
back
person.
and revisit them. Yes. Otherwise, again, Mrs. E will stab you with the bottle. All right, you ready? Go.
All right. Well, my father was born a week after Hitler invaded Poland. Not
Damn.
on the anniversary, the week after Hitler invaded Poland in 1939. He grew up on a small farm in New Hampshire. Matter of fact, he didn't even speak English until he was 5 because my father's family spoke French around the house. He had to learn English to go to school, but they just spoke French around the house. And actually, this is a little bit of a downer. He had an older brother who died when he was 5, in fact, that I didn't learn about until I was 13. But he was a 5-year-old boy, lost his brother who he used to sleep in the same bed with and felt really sad about, obviously. And my grandfather took him into town and went to the store, and in the shop window, there was a stuffed elephant. And mind you, I heard this story from my dad. And my grandfather asked my dad, "Do you want that elephant there to sleep with?" And at 5 years old, my dad looked up at his father and said, "Can we afford it?" Because they didn't have a lot of money. This is also in the middle of World War II.
Yeah.
So when I say my parents are not truly World War II generation kids, they're truly Depression era kids.
Yeah.
That's how they were raised.
Yeah.
And my father grew up in that house. Matter of fact, funny story about the house they grew up in. My grandfather's rules were you could leave his house one of 3 ways. If you join the military, which is what my father, his brother, and his sister did, you could go to college, which actually is the first way my dad got out of the house. He went to college and joined ROTC, and that's when he went into the military. But
Okay.
you could go to the military. You could go to college. You'd have to return after college. You could and get married. So actually, I don't know why I said college because you had to come back. But you
Yeah.
go in the military, get married, or die. Those were the 3 ways you could leave my grandparents' house. You lived with
Damn.
your parents until one of those 3 things happened.
Yes.
So my dad joined the military, met my mom while they were both at college. And on their 3rd date, she asked him, "Are you going to kiss me this time or shake hands goodnight again, or do I have bad breath?" You know,
Aww.
she was sick of him being so polite, so she made him kiss her. Um,
That is beautiful.
yeah, and so he went into the Army, and he was an armor officer. He commanded M48A Walker Bulldogs, light tanks, scout tanks. He had a company of them, and funnily enough, his first sergeant in that company was man. I think the last name was McConnell. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember. Wasn't alive when he was the first sergeant, but he ended up becoming sergeant major of the Army and ran into my brother when my brother was going through basic training or AIT, and stopped and saw his name and said, "Are you related to?" And sure enough, yes. He's like, "I was your dad's first sergeant," which of course terrified my poor brother's drill sergeants, who were like,
Yeah.
"Why is the sergeant major of the Army talking to you?" But my dad, as I said, was an armor officer. He then, during Vietnam, switched branches because they make officers do that for some reason. He switched branches to quartermaster. And my dad never told a lot of stories out of Vietnam. Like I always say, every soldier has a different experience from somebody else. My dad was not in combat unit. He didn't see a lot of combat. He clearly saw some. He's never talked about anything. But the stupidest thing that man ever did was at the time he was in Hue, he lived in a Quonset hut. And if you don't know what a Quonset hut is, it's one of those, it looks like an oil drum that's been cut in half and set up on stilts. And he lived in a Quonset hut that had raised off the ground and had concrete stairs coming off of it. And during the middle of the night, they were attacked by BM-21 rockets from the North Vietnamese, which blew up the stairs outside of his hut. And he didn't even wake up for that. He slept right through it. And the next morning, he wakes up, walks out of the hut, falls face down into a crater full of mud. That's not the stupid thing. The stupid thing is he then wrote my mother and told her about it.
Yeah.
While he's in fucking Vietnam. So that's the stupid thing my dad did in Vietnam. He then came home in 70 and was riffed out, reduction in force. I told you the Army loves its TLAs. He was riffed out in 1970 as a major. And at the time, that left my mom as the breadwinner. And he went back to college to get his master's, I want to say in counseling. And he wanted to become a high school counselor. But he also joined the Army Reserves and got eventually a job as a DoD civilian. And so he was earning his retirement in the reserves and in his DoD civilian job. And finally retired. He was supposed to retire in 1990, but got held on a little bit after because of Desert Storm. And so he finally retired from the Army in 91. So that was my dad's military career. I touched on my mom, so we're going to shift over to her, and I'm not going to go back to my dad. So my mom was born in 41 before Pearl Harbor. So both my parents predate America's involvement in World War II. Excuse me, not one. Stupid. And I asked her what she remembers of the war, and she said that she remembered gathering up tinfoil and the wrappers from gum for the war effort, because that was one thing they had kids doing. And that was her World War II memories. But she went to college to become an occupational therapist. Oh, actually, I do need to go back to her at 16. Both my parents were raised Catholic. My dad was one of 4. My mom was one of 2, which is unusual. And she always wanted a big family like her aunt had. And at age 16, I want to point this out, at 16 years old, my mother asked her mom, "Why is it only me and my sister and we don't have more siblings?" And my grandmother said, "We only have 4 chairs at the dinner table." And my mother accepted that.
That's beautiful.
And that's time.
Stab him.
I didn't go over.
You didn't do 3.
Oh, I didn't. I did. I touched on my grandfather taking my dad to the store. Suck it.
What do you think, Mrs. E?
Do we allow that?
I don't.
Thank you, Sir Big Cat.
All right. Okay. Oh, and you mentioned Hitler. Thanks, K-Man.
I
We'll
mentioned
allow
it,
it?
but I don't know that
Okay,
counts.
we'll
In the
allow it.
chats, I'll vote. We'll vote with chat.
All right, we'll allow it. Okay, okay, okay.
Whew, no stabbing.
No
Your
stabbing.
husband lives another day, dear,
No stabbing. Oh,
if
she
you
would.
allow it.
No, no, no. There would be no killing, just maiming. Otherwise, you won't learn your lesson.
Exactly.
All right, let's load it up. Now we're going to do this again, only with 3 channels.
Oh my God.
They could be
Okay.
channels you like, they could be channels you don't like. Preparation before you do this, you must gather the links to these channels to
Roger
then
that.
post them. You have 1 minute to prepare.
Okay.
You can also throw the links up while you're talking about them.
Will it go through in chat?
Give it a shot.
Okay. Okay. You know what? We're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with that, and we're gonna go with.
Otherwise, you're going to send them to Sir Big Cat, and Sir Big Cat will post them.
Okay. All right. I've got 3 channels for you.
Boom! Start.
Oh, except that I literally just deleted one somehow. All right. So the first person I want to talk about is one of my first friends from streaming, and the first friend I made on as a VTuber, which was Sitting in Stars, is her name. She's a British girl who is the music's killing me. Oh, that's her video. That's why it's killing me. Sorry. She is a British young lady who is, God, at this point, I think she's maybe 22, 23.
Oh,
But
baby.
the baby, right? And I met her when I started streaming, and she was my first VTuber friend. Very small channel, smaller than me even, but so personable and so kind and so sweet and just the cutest of beings. Now, the sad thing is she does not stream anymore. It is terrible, but she also was the first VTuber I ever saw do a face reveal. And she was debating it and she was nervous about it. And I'm like, don't do it. If it's going to make you uncomfortable, don't do it. But she was like, I really kind of want to. So, absolutely. But she was my first streaming friend who I played games with on stream and as another streamer. And yeah, so, and she's still a friend of mine. I really hope that when she gets married to her young man soon, I will be able to attend, but it will be in Britain. So, little bit difficult. But that's her. The next person I want to talk about is somebody we all know and love, and that is Miss Liz Justice. Liz is a Narwhal Queen VTuber, and she was introduced to me. I was telling the story earlier here in this show by Spina Komoko, but Spina also no longer streams, and I don't even have her link anymore, unfortunately. But Liz is actually, I think, the first VTuber who well, she's not the first VTuber I played games with my model on screen. She might have been, though. Actually, now that I say that, she is. She's the first person I appeared on the stream of physically. And Liz is, as we all know, just a sweet being, a good person, and the reason that I decided to stack up. And obviously, I've told the story on my own stream of why I wanted to participate in Stack Up, but Liz is the impetus for that. And she's absolutely a darling and love her to bits, want nothing but best for her and Goob. And yeah, she's a little too old to be my kid, but I still kind of look at her in that light. You know what I mean? So yeah, she's a sweetie. And the last person I would like to bring up is somebody that I'm hoping to talk into joining us at Stack Up, and that is Bastion Blue Succubus 87, or Bastion. She is a Super Metroid speedrunner.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm
and she's
attracted to that.
fucking good at it. Well, the funniest thing is that I knew precisely nothing about Super Metroid because I never had a Nintendo. So I've learned everything about Super Metroid and speedrunning from watching her streams. But this is the key. She is great not because of her content or what she streams. I have long maintained your content may get you a viewer, but people stay for the streamer. It's the personality is why people stay on the stream. and she's got personality in spades. And I actually met her as part of another community of streamers and VTubers, and I'm really hoping to be able to talk her into doing Stack Up, because I think it's a good match for her and her personality, and obviously she will bring eyes to the cause, and she is a wonderful, wonderful human being. And it's no great mystery roughly how old she is, because she put 87 in her username. People tend to do that for one major reason. Let's just be honest. So,
Mm-hmm.
again, too old to be my kid, but definitely, definitely niece age, shall we say? But yeah, and she is a Frost Succubus VTuber,
Mm-hmm.
and is again, she recently got a new personal best speed run on an any percentage DKRP, which I will go into what that means, of sub 50 minutes, which
Mm-hmm.
means she beat the game with any percentage of completion, uh, being beating all four of the bosses, and I don't remember their names because I'm not a Super Metroid guy, but she beats all four of the bosses and then beats the mother brain and gets back to the ship and takes off. Sub 50 minutes. They call it the North Korea run because it's DKRP. DKRP being the names and order of the bosses beat.
Yeah.
Uh, and again, I don't remember their name. One of them's Fantoon, whatever.
Yeah.
But you're being shouted out. I can't
Ridley
go back. I
Craig,
can't talk.
Fantoon, and I can't remember what the last one is.
Uh, P. P is Fantoon.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, oh fuck. I don't remember their names. I'm sorry. Bastion would know. I don't. But her biggest Bastion's biggest problem is that she doesn't think she's good enough for stuff. I wonder if we know any other streamers like that or VTubers like that.
Those are my favorite kind of
But
people to
she's
work with.
fantastic. Oh God, Mrs. E, you would love her. She is just so sweet and so kind, and I will tell you what, she has a ability that I am so envious of. She can keep track of chat running. And she's much bigger than I am. She can keep track of her chat while speed running a
That is
fucking
impressive.
platformer. She
Wow.
is so good at streaming, and she's not yet a partner, and I think it's really a shame that more people don't know about her. So, Damie, thank you for giving me a chance to talk her up, because she is just so wonderful. And I don't know how much time is left on the clock, so I'm just going to continue to stall until I hear a noise, which hopefully will not get me stabbed.
No,
But
you're supposed to stop when you think you're close or you're
oh,
done.
then I'm done.
I tracked for when you were actually done, and you had 5 seconds left.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, you
And I didn't even bring up a clock.
right in the wire. No, if
All
you
right.
bring out the clock, you are cheating, and then
Yeah,
Shannon stabs
and I'm
you.
not a cheater.
Yeah. All right. So we did 777. All right. Now we're gonna play one of my favorite games. Where is she?
Pin the tail on the Liz.
That's a great game.
No, well, I guess we could do the tail, but also we could do because narwhals have the horns. Pin the
Horns.
horn.
Yeah.
Pin the horn on the Liz.
Babu
There's
did
some.
offer to let me watch previous interviews, and I said no. I'll go in blind. That's okay.
You'll just go in blind.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where?
I,
Why is it
I
not
am. I'm,
showing up?
dude. I'm easy.
That's not what Mrs. Tsumi says.
Oh yes, you would.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't hard to convince for her, but no. What I mean is I'm easygoing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with everything. You just chuckled at me. Pin the marshmallow on the Liz horn. That's a good one. That Steel, you got something there. Liz, if you're still here, make note.
This is my good friend Liz Justice.
Yes, she is.
Wait, is this? Okay, hold on. There we go. This
Narwhal Queen of the
is my
Seas.
good friend and sometime co-host Liz Justice, Narwhal Queen, ruler of the seas. We're going to put 7 minutes on the clock, and we're just going to play an easygoing game about Liz. We're just going to chat about Liz. I'm
Okay.
going to ask a question. You're going to answer the question.
Okay.
Problem is we can't say the same thing twice. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Pretty easy, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. What about Liz makes you think that she is aquatic?
Other than the fact that she's a narwhal?
Well, that could be it. That could be the
Now,
thing.
listen, I'm no marine biologist, okay?
Okay. You
I
certainly are
my
not.
brother was, I'm not, but I
Okay.
am a giant science nerd.
Okay.
So I liked learning stuff. Biology's amongst the sciences that I have learned and done personal studying on because I just find it fascinating. I
Okay.
knew about narwhals long before meeting Liz, and I
Okay.
knew narwhals were marine aquatic mammals.
All right.
I can't pronounce it. Liz, don't hold it against me. Cetaceans? I can
Okay.
spell it.
All right.
Cetaceans. All right, there we go. That's how it's spelled.
All right.
And I think that her VTuber avatar does a fine job of showing that she is a narwhal and not
Mm-hmm.
a
Yeah.
spearfish or something.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
So that's why.
that's why
Okay.
I thought she was aquatic because
Okay.
she's
Yeah,
clearly a narwhal VTuber.
true. Because she doesn't shut the fuck up about it. All right. What about Liz? What about Liz makes you think that the shell that she's using for her bow tie is not a real shell?
Because it's a virtual shell because she's a VTuber,
Okay.
Danny.
I would say because Liz doesn't have the sand to take on an actual shellfish, she's afraid she'd lose. All right. What about Liz makes you think that she spends a lot of time combing those curls?
Well, I would have to imagine that being underwater uh, will absolutely screw up her hairstyle. Listen, I'm a bald man, but
Mm-hmm.
even I know that water is going to mess up your hair. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously, to keep her hair nicely curled, she must spend a lot of time and product on it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go the other way and be like, she needs to brush her hair more because those curls are everywhere and she has shit in her hair. It's
Listen,
like
you
little
try being
stars, that's
underwater all the time.
schmutz. All right. What about Liz makes you think that she's easily surprised?
Oh, her giant eyes that constantly look very surprised.
Always, always, right?
Always.
I would say because she's the human equivalent of a Jack Russell Terrier. All right. What about Liz? Mrs. E, you ask one.
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's a tough one, isn't it? You want Liz's job? You got to learn how to do this.
I do.
Ask me
Um,
why I think she's amazing.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say, what about why do you think Liz is amazing?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, her personality more than anything else. She is so kind, so giving, and such.
Aww.
So no, she is. Admit it. She's concerned with other people and very conscious of how her actions affect those around her.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, that's why I've watched her. Number one reason, her personality, the way she acts, and the way she treats chat, and the way she interacts. She is kind. She is warm-hearted. She is respectful. No, I'm not talking about you, dear.
We already did this. We already did the pimping 3 channels. What are you doing? You can't go, Missy, break the bottle
I'm
and stab
sorry.
it.
You asked me a question. I answered it honestly.
You know what? We're done here. We're done with this game. You two don't play right.
I'm sorry.
All right? All right? This is supposed to be a fun game where I get to roast the shit out of Liz. You guys show up. You're like,
She's so
"Hey,
sweet."
You're
Liz,
asking
she's
two
amazing,"
people
or-
that love
Wow.
Liz to roast Liz. We
Yeah.
I
are
mean,
the
if you want
wrong
me to
people play this
roast
game.
her,
No.
you should have said that because I
No.
can.
Okay, no. The thing is, we come in, we ask the questions. It slowly returns into me roasting the shit out of Liz.
Okay.
There's a whole
I
surprise
misunderstood.
element.
I'm sorry.
You
I
know
thought you
what,
wanted
Mr.
truth.
Tsumi? You have
Yes, sir.
disappointed me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I still love you.
Drink some happy juice.
I will still
Drink some
okay.
happy
I will
juice.
Okay. Got it. All right. All right. I've
Love you, Liz.
finished my coffee. All right. This people keep ruining this game. All right. So now,
Maybe
now,
choose less wholesome target.
now, Mr.
Yeah.
Sumi,
Yes, sir.
have you ever thought to yourself, the world is a terrifying and scary place. I don't know nearly enough about it or what's going to happen. Have you ever wished to part the veil and see the future?
Oh, no, I've never thought about it.
Fuck you! No! Fuck you! We had this happen last time. Did you talk to Jolt? I swear to fucking God, did you talk to Jolt? Did you talk to Jolt? Because he was the last person on here, and I'm like, doing my spiel, and I'm like, have you ever wanted to see the future? And he was like, no,
I didn't say I didn't want to. I said I've never thought about it. You asked two-part question. Have you ever thought about it?
Okay. Sorry. I just had someone fuck this up for me. But you know what, Mr. Sumi? You don't get a choice. You're getting a tarot reading.
Oh, all right, sure. Part the veil.
All right, part the veil. You're damn right, part the veil. I swear to God, ever since Joel came on this fucking show,
now when you say Joel, are we talking about Joel?
No, not Joel. Our Lord and Savior. No.
Yeah,
Joltier came on this show.
Okay.
And was like, and totally threw off my groove, and I couldn't do this game.
All right, the last interview I saw was with John's. So.
Yeah, well, John's was on Stack Up.
Yeah.
We don't play this game on.
Oh, okay.
Stack Up.
Okay.
We don't have time to play these games on Stack Up. We have very limited time there. All right, Mr. Sumi.
Yes. Yes.
you'll appreciate this.
Okay.
What's going on here? I don't care about your update. You give me what I tell you to give me, or I smack you on the bottom. All right, Mr. Sumi.
Yes.
This
is a black box.
This is a black box.
Put your hand inside or feel the sting of my gum's bar.
Here we go. This is... Why are you beeping at me? Bad phone. This is Taboo.
Not to be confused with Babu.
No, not to be confused with Babu. The Sixth Sense. This beautiful game was made in 1988 by Rare.
The year.
The people who would go on to make GoldenEye, Banjo-Kazooie, any innumerable number of bangers.
And most recently, Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves. This is Rare. And I want you to remember, don't look it up now. I just want you to remember this was a full price game in 1988. Okay, here we go.
15-ish?
Mr. Sumi.
Yeah.
All that has been... Oh. Wow, thanks, Taboo. I really fucking appreciate... Everyone's trying to make me look bad for this end. Okay, so we're going to put you down here. Name, Mr. Sumi.
Amy, the game is clipped, says Sir Big Cat.
The game is clipped. No, it doesn't matter if the game is clipped for you. Oh my God, you guys whine so much. This is how it's always looked.
Okay. Listen, I trust you.
No, you know what? Oops.
I did it.
Oh, that went real bad.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it did.
Shannon, you weren't supposed to push that button.
Shannon, what have you done?
Come on now.
Oh, God. Oh, wow. A whole lot of things went bad real fast.
Shannon is just sitting there.
Yeah,
like,
Shannon is
she
just...
did this.
Looking so innocent.
God. So innocent. Shannon, we told you don't not push that button, and she pushed the button. She
push the button, Crunk.
There's the backdrop. What are we hidden behind? Are we actually hidden behind the backdrop?
Yep. That's exactly what happened. You sent us behind the veil.
Oh. This is...
Now I'm hiding behind the couch.
Something has gone catastrophically bad.
And Mrs. E is in front of the desk.
It's fine.
Which is now vanished.
Oh.
Where the hell?
I don't know. Oh, I think I see what's going on, or what your plan was. I see.
It's it's freaking out bad.
Go OBS.
It does.
So the
The backdrop
chaos.
actually doesn't know what to do. All right.
Something dark side.
So let me move
Something
you.
complete.
She's just hiding behind the couch now.
Yes.
All right.
And, and Damie, I want
What?
to remind you that a stream without scuff is not a real stream.
It's not a real stream if there's
So
no
this
stuff.
is appropriate and thematic.
1,000%
thematic.
appropriate. This means that Damie is in fact a professional streamer.
Streamer.
I am a
Amen.
professional streamer.
Professional.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, here we go. Only the problem is that the game capture now has to go. Hold on. This was specifically sized out too so that it fit in that. But fine. Fucking. God, everybody's just whiny today. Oh, it's scuffed. Oh, don't pull your penis out in public. Oh, we can't see
Oh, I
the
hate
game.
when you say that.
All right, fine. Here, you happy? Here's the game.
Okay.
And things are still screwed up. Mrs. Eat should be behind the desk, not in front of the desk. Okay.
Sitting on the desk. Okay, that was
Yeah. With the soda
And
and the
now-
coffee mug
and
on our lap.
now
Oh,
the-
there we go.
Now the coat of arms is.
The coat of arms is stuck to Shannon.
Oh no. Everything has gone real bad.
Or it's
I will
gone
peek
real
out behind the game
Or
if I
it's
can.
gone
Amazing.
awesome.
No, I can't.
Definitely awesome. I vote awesome.
Hello, chat. How are you?
Yes. All right. See if this one even. Yeah, this one will be uploaded to the YouTube. Why not?
Yeah, baby.
No, Rob.
Oh, I did forget to tell you, my wife is so sillily superstitious. Literally, she did not know that the power was out at the chapel where we got married before she arrived, because she was late.
Oh,
And she said, had I known, I don't know that I'd have gone through with it.
well, this will fuck you up then. All right, what's your birthday?
My birth date? November 4th. So, do you want day or month
Just
first?
give me numbers.
Day or month first?
I don't know. I don't care. However you want to do it.
04/11/72.
04/11/72.
That's day, month, year.
Yep, day, month, year. What's the question you would like to ask Taboo? What do you wish to know? And I will interpret the cards.
Okay. Will Damie get to go see Liz for her 30th birthday?
Okay.
Good luck typing all that in.
I'm not going to type it all in. Taboo knows what you're doing. Oh, Taboo. Tell us the future. So sometimes Taboo has said no to someone's bullshit and just done a reading on them. And then on the 2 times that Taboo was asked, "Are you really all knowing?" it crashed. So thank God for that. All right, so you're the Knight of Coins. Let's go. We're gonna deal this out. We're gonna deal this out.
Okay.
All right, here we go. It's gonna be great. It's gonna take a moment.
I understand.
All right, you can't rush the magic. Here we go. your situation is a malicious but weak person. So the taboo just called me a little bitch. So this is really working great so far. This is gonna be great. Presently influence here is the outcome of any dispute will be fair or favorable. So.
Yeah.
We've already hit maybe. A favorable maybe.
Leaning towards favorable.
Leaning. Your true goal or destiny is influenced by influence over others. Yes, I have to influence other people to give me their money.
Yep.
All right, the distant past foundation is perfect or admiration of others. I admire Liz a lot.
Fair.
Don't tell her that.
Admirable.
She won't shut up about it.
Yes, she will. She hates praise. Actually, I think she has a praise kink, to be fair.
Reese, they're trying to give me a praise kink. Recent past factors are to use equally mind over matter or matter over mind. So it's telling me do it, you little bitch, is what that was.
Yeah.
Mind over matter or matter over... All right. Near influencing you soon as an appeal or a request. Yes, I will be requesting money. Thanks, Taboo. I appreciate you. Currently, you feel a time to forgive or seek forgiveness. This is interesting because there is somebody who should seek my forgiveness.
Or do you need to seek someone else's?
No, they have to seek mine.
Okay.
But it's feel a time to forgive. Yes. Taboo's telling me to let it go.
Okay.
Your tendencies as viewed by others are time of emotional fulfillment. Yes, thank you, Taboo. Everyone has told me that I feel like I'm doing better this year as opposed to last year. That's great. Answer the question, Taboo. All right, your inner emotion sense will shortly be overburdened or stressed. Okay, I know what that's about.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Mr. Tsumi knows what that's about. The conclusion is the issue is a practical enterprise. Okay. So...
So yeah, the conclusion is based upon the practical enterprise of getting the funds.
Basically, they're saying if you Taboo says if you shill properly, you'll do it. I would ask you what state you were, but Taboo's already decided to. Your lucky number is 44. Taboo already decided to move past that. Okay. Now, here's something fun. Taboo does not have all of the states of the Union in it.
Okay.
It has some French. It has some. Whether they're not even states. Provinces out of Canada are in there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there are the provinces of Canada in there. And also British Columbia. Oh, and DC. But it's missing Wisconsin.
Okay.
All right. So.
So is the rest of us.
That was a full price game. Do you want to guess how much that game cost in 1988?
88, I want to say it was 25. Because I seem to recall that being how much games cost back then. For the big title.
This was a full price game.
Yeah.
Okay. So this game was about $40.
Oh, wow. Man, I don't remember them being that pricey, but I guess they might have been.
It was about $40.
Because that was around about the time I was playing Ultima 4. And I remember boxed games. That one even came with a cloth map and a metal coin. And
well, no, not a computer. This was a Nintendo game.
Oh, and I didn't have a Nintendo. Okay.
That was a straight up console
cartridge.
Game.
Gotcha. All right.
Cartridge.
Okay.
It's different with Ultimate. Yeah, all the Ultimates were awesome.
Oh yeah.
Cloth map, metal coin.
Fuck
you played Quest for the Avatar. That was
also
that
really
was good too.
Eek.
Yeah.
5 was a letdown after 4.
Yeah. It was very hard to beat Quest for the Avatar.
By the way, you can still get a freeware version of Quest of the Avatar online.
You can, yes.
Right now for the PC. Recommend, chat.
Yeah, do it.
Great
Do
RPG.
it.
Do get a
So
guide.
that's now we're ready for the lightning round. You ready for the lightning round? So what is so Mrs. E,
Yes,
you're still here with us.
of course.
You're doing so good, by the way.
I'm here for.
He's here to add a
emotional
touch of
support and hype.
class.
No, I know you're doing great. By the way, you're a great co-host. I want you
Indeed.
to know that you're a great co-host. Very cool. All right, so Mrs. E, having seen those games, because I don't remember if you've seen them on. What did you think? Do you feel bad that you didn't get to play those games?
I feel cheated. Yes.
You feel
horribly
cheated?
cheated.
Horribly cheated. Do you want to play Taboo?
Oh my god, yes.
Mr. Tsumi, we're gonna take a moment so that Mrs. E can play Taboo.
By all means.
But I don't have a question. I don't actually know what I would ask it though.
I didn't until he asked me what my question was. So
It doesn't work if you don't have a question.
Yeah, I don't have a question. We'll save it. We'll save it.
Okay. We have a standing order for you to play on stream Taboo.
Yes.
All right. So, but those are the this whole back chunk. This is what we take out of the stack up ones. Because we just don't have the time.
Oh yeah.
Because that's 7, 7, and 7. That's already way more. Those 7 minutes are very important, and we do that twice, 3 times actually. And I can't ask people to roast Liz on the Stack Up channel. So, I mean, I could. I don't think they get it, but I could. So, Mr. Tsumi.
yes, sir.
We've reached the end of the interview.
Okay.
You ready?
Thank you for having me. Oh,
we're not done. We've reached.
You said we reached the end. That
We've
normally
reached
means
the
we're
end.
done.
That means the lightning round.
Okay, lightning round me.
Lightning round.
Lightning round.
And I just answer the first thing that comes to mind.
Yes, exactly. It's like you've played this already. You ready?
No, I just know what lightning rounds are. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hot weather or cold weather?
Cold.
Favorite season?
I'd say autumn.
Favorite month?
Oh, May.
Favorite day
Of the
of
week?
the week?
Friday.
Good one, good one, good one. Would you rather give presents or receive presents?
Give.
Run a marathon or climb a mountain?
Neither?
Run a marathon or climb a mountain?
Neither?
Run a marathon or climb... I
Fuck
would do
it.
this all
Climb
fucking
a mountain then. God
Thank
damn it.
you.
That's too much exercise.
No shit. Rice or bread?
Rice.
Apple juice or orange juice?
Apple juice.
Delicious.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Favorite fruit?
Oh, fuck.
Besides...
Apple.
I was going to say, favorite fruit besides K-Mad's gay best friend, who was really just the ultimate wingman that
He
night.
was awesome. Yeah.
Just doing
he
his
was her friend of
best.
honor at our wedding.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love
Yeah.
that. I love that for you guys. All right. You have either been shrunk down to the size of the fruit, or actually, in this case, the vegetable, or the vegetable has been grown to your size. Either way, it's an anthropomorphic vegetable. You have to fist fight it. What vegetable do you think you can take in a fist fight?
Let's go with cucumber.
Cucumber. Why?
Soft interior, mostly water. Yeah,
Okay.
little green fucker has it coming.
All right. You know what, Mrs. E, hold on. I'm not going to rob you of this moment. I'm not going to...
Okay.
Wait, no, never mind. Mrs. E did this. Never mind. You did this. You don't get to do this twice, Mrs. E. Stop being greedy, Mrs. E.
What?
You have this puppy dog look on your VTuber like, I didn't get to do this. You did, you liar.
No, I thought we looked like we were cuddling. It looked cute.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
That's why I had this look. It looks like we're cuddled
Yeah,
together.
we are cuddling now. We're having a moment, Mr. Tsumi. Fuck off.
That's fine. I understand. It's fine.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Tsumi,
Yes.
favorite alcohol?
Whiskey, Irish whiskey specifically.
Okay, favorite non-alcoholic drink?
Diet Pepsi.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Any particular, like dark roast, whatever? I mean, it's all bean water
Medium
to me,
breakfast
but...
blend.
Ooh. Okay, okay,
End of the
okay.
day, I drank army coffee, so anything's fine.
That is true. All right, Mr. Sumi, you have been transported to the last book that you read. How fun are you? How much fun is going to be in that world for you, or are you
Oh
royally
no,
fucked?
I'm royally fucked. It was the Night Lord's Omnibus
Oh
from
yeah,
40K.
you
I'm
are
fucked.
screwed. Favorite chapter of Space Marine?
Oh Lord, I don't remember the number, but I want to say the bridge fight with the Blood Ravens.
No, 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 no. That's awesome. But what I mean is like, are
Oh,
you
oh,
a
Space Marine chapter. Well,
Space
fuck,
Marine
I'm not a
chapter?
goddamn loyalist.
Okay, okay,
If
okay.
I,
Fine. Favorite
you know what? No,
favorite
Thousand
chaos.
Suns. Fuck you,
Thousand
Thousand
Sun.
Suns.
I was gonna
They're a
say
legion
then
though, not a
favorite.
chapter.
Okay, then favorite chaos Space Marine
Thousand
chapter.
Suns.
Thousand
Yeah,
Suns. Okay, favorite chaos god. Then that would be Zinch.
Zinch.
All right, there we go.
Though
Thank
that
you.
was not my first.
What was
First
your
was
first?
Slanesh, sadly.
Slanesh. Okay.
Not,
Wow.
I'm not a Slanesh guy. It was
Wow.
just
You
that
are
was the models
a
I had.
look. You are an indulgence junkie, and that's fine. What does your chaos god say about you? Mr. Sumi's chaos god says he's into orgies.
No,
So,
my chaos god is Zinch,
Wow.
motherfucker. I chose Zinch. I
because you did choose,
stumbled onto Slanesh.
yeah, he chose the nerd god.
I did.
All right, so Mr. Sumi,
Yeah.
you have climbed up to the top of the mountain. You look out at the scenery before you. What is the first thing that you notice looking down?
That it's going to be a long fucking walk back down that I didn't want to climb up here in the first place. Damie,
That's fair. I was hoping for a
make me
meadow
climb
or
a
something, but
goddamn Met Mountain.
this is true. You did have to climb a mountain. All right, Mr. Sumi, favorite
Yeah.
shape?
Round.
Favorite number?
Uh, 16.
That's
Can't
my boy.
lie.
That's my boy. All right, favorite color?
Black.
Favorite car?
Actually, I'm going to go with mine. A Honda Insight.
Nice,
Best
nice.
car I've ever driven. I love
Oh,
it.
really?
First car that made me love driving.
Yep, then you go with it. Favorite thing about the set?
You mean other than Damie and Mrs. E?
God damn, we'll take it.
Aw.
We'll take it. All right, Mr. Sumi,
Yes.
you have to go back in time, and it can be for nothing important,
Okay.
right? You cannot do anything of any real note or consequence.
Can't change history. Got it.
No, but you are able to go back in time. Where do you go and what do you do?
So I go back to myself in the army and I tell myself to buy Apple fucking stock and to sell it probably early 2000s to 2010, somewhere in there.
That's a good idea.
Because it was before the iPod. And let me tell you,
before the
that's when
iPod.
that shit blew up.
Yeah.
Mr. Sumi,
Yeah.
your favorite Dr. Seuss book?
It's a little basic bitch, but I am a green eggs and ham guy.
Dude,
Aw.
that's my second favorite book. The first one is There's a Wallet in My Pocket.
I never got that one.
I love all the
it's a
places
good one.
you will
There's a
go.
Wallet in My Pocket.
I'm going to look it up. I'm a big Dr. Seuss fan.
Yeah, you should. It's yeah, a Wallet in My Pocket's really really good.
No, Steele, not Bitcoin. You'd make a lot more money on Apple back then.
You would make a fuck ton of money on Apple back then. Favorite swear word?
Fuck.
Favorite word
I
that's
say it
not
enough.
favorite word that's not a swear word.
Kitty?
Oh, that's cute.
I love my girls.
Ah.
They're good babies.
Okay, okay, okay. So, favorite animal?
Cat?
Least favorite animal?
Ticks.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Seagulls. Yay or
Fuck 'em.
nay?
Nah.
Solid nay? Okay. So we can all agree that next to. Oh, wait, no. There's something even worse than those sky rats, and I can't remember.
There's lots worse than sky rats, but they're pretty bad, yeah. I mean, there's mosquitoes, there's ticks, there's fleas, heartworms.
There's a bird in Australia that's the bin chicken.
Wait, bin chicken? Oh,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it's called.
when I think bad at Australian bird, I think cassowary because those motherfuckers will kill you. But
The fucking ibis.
ibis?
The ibis
Eh.
is a. The
I know what an ibis is.
The Australian ibis is one of the ballsiest,
Fuck yes,
meanest
Steel.
birds.
Magpies.
And magpies will mess you up.
Yeah.
All right, favorite thing about Mrs. E.
She's just so fucking fun.
Favorite thing about Shannon.
Shannon is a cutie.
Oh, she appreciates it. Favorite thing about Damie.
Hardest working AI in Twitch. Damie is a kind and giving person who has a great sense of humor and fucking dives like a maniac.
I kind of do.
No lies detected.
For democracy,
All right, and
bitches.
then our final question, Mrs. E. I've sent it to you as the co-host always asks it. If you would ask Mr. Tsumi the final question, that is.
Final question. What color underwear are you wearing?
Black? I'd have to look.
So look,
Oh, gray today.
great.
Ooh.
All right. That has been Mr. Tsumi. You made it the
That
whole.
is.
We had enough stuff for the whole 4 hours, which was nice. So that was my boy, Mr. Tsumi. Again, sorry for the technical difficulties. This one is still going up on the archives because it was funny.
Please.
Listen,
so
Shannon
this
just
one-
wanted to push the button.
She really just wanted to push
That's
the
just
button.
what happened.
Shannon is a button pusher by nature. It's just, if she sees it, she must push it. If there's fire, she must light it. I question you, Shannon. I love you. You're my baby girl, but I'm so terrified of you sometimes. So
Oh, yeah.
terrified. So this will be going up on the YouTube archive, of course, obviously.
Woo!
Mr. Tsumi, I'd like to thank you so much for being here. I
Oh,
know
of
that
course. I had a blast.
the plan was to do this later, but you know,
Hey,
it worked
I
out
was
the way it
very
worked
happy
out.
to do this.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out the way that it worked out.
Wow, there's a glowing recommendation.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was what it
it
was.
was what it was. I actually had to
Wow.
fix something in my OBS real quick. But
Yeah,
yes, no,
no
this was an absolute blast. Again, I like to bring people on.
Yeah.
And they all give something a little bit different, a little bit unique. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us.
Oh,
Being old
any-
in this instance was probably the best thing for this program because you had a lot of really fun stories.
it's my gimmick. It's all that I've got. Don't take it away from me.
No, you should be into it. It's really good. That's a really good game. But yeah, so thank you so much for sharing your stories.
Of course.
Thank you for talking about your time in the military with us and just
Ah.
generally being wonderful.
Well, I try.
As you
My wife
are.
says I'm very trying.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
It's just a joke, people.
Maybe for her. So we're gonna go ahead and raid my buddy Pinbun. Pinbun was on the show, cut hers early, because her child was in the background doing backflips. Apparently, she was she had to get called away because of real life stuff, but was an
Yeah.
absolute joy to have. So this is our raid message. Interview Pin Bun. That is our raid message.
Okay.
So again, I'd like to thank the amazing and wonderful Mr. Tsumi for coming and
No.
just sharing his time with us. I'd like to thank Mrs. E for stepping in Liz's shoes. You've been an amazing co-host, and the next time Liz is not there, you know what? Do you just want Liz's job?
No, I cannot fill her shoes, but whenever she is busy, I am more than happy to help.
Oh, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Of course, I'd like to thank Shannon for being here. Just being perfect. God, you're so perfect. But with that, I've been Damie. I've been your dynamically augmented media independence. Hardest working AI on Twitch. I've been joined by the amazing, the beautiful, and I don't think yet loaded because it's daytime, but we should get loaded tonight.
Yeah.
Mrs. E.
2 hours. 2 hours,
2
and I will be
hours?
super drunk.
Two
It's 5 o'clock
hours.
here. Not even
No,
somewhere.
it's 5 o'clock for me too, but I do have a rule that I respect.
No worries.
My wonderful homies asks that I don't start drinking until he is home.
Okay.
No, that's
It
like
makes him feel better. So
teamwork makes the dream work.
Boundaries, exactly.
yeah,
Boundaries.
It's a
All right,
boundary
you
that
two
he has,
stop
and I
being
respect.
wholesome. We're raiding now.
Sorry.
God damn it. It's like herding cats.